Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Brad Cook, the co-chair of the Special Committee on Voter Confidence. And as is our custom, I'm going to ask people at the table to identify themselves, starting with Mr. Teschner.
Doug Teschner from Merrill, Village of Pike in Grafton County.
Merrill from Durham.
Richard Swett from Bow.
Brad Cook from Manchester.
Splaine of Portsmouth.
Andrew Georgevits from Concord.
Olivia Zink from Franklin.
Eyring from Windham.
I'm Anna Fay, Communications Director for the Secretary of State's office.
And coming in the back is the Secretary of State, Dave Scanlon. Don't trip.
Lots of wires.
Good afternoon.
Excuse me, we can't hear the person in the middle seat. The microphone's too far away.
Okay, I'll try to get closer to it. This is the first meeting on the road of the committee. We are very appreciative of the hospitality of the town of Derry. I want to thank the town clerk, Dan Healy, the moderator, Tina Gilbert, and especially Nikki Merrill from the town clerk in Windham who coordinated that for us. Thank you very much. For those of you who are not familiar with this place, I am told that if you go out the door and you're looking for the restrooms, women to the left, men to the right. A couple of preliminary rounds. We have received written communication from Al Brandano, which will be entered into the record. We have received a letter from Melody Fitz of Laconia with a right-to-know request regarding the funding of the commission and whether we're paid or not, and the Secretary of State has responded. And we have certain other emails in the communications to the members that are at their places, which will be entered into the record. These proceedings are recorded. The recordings and the minutes are on the website. After they are deciphered, the rules of the ADA compliance require that text be added, and it's the task of the Secretary of State's office to try to figure out what we said. Sometimes there's a little delay between having a meeting and posting the video because they can't figure out, and sometimes we can't figure out what we said when we look at it, but we do the best we can. Today's meeting is to hear from town and city officials on how they conduct elections in their towns, what their processes are, how they assure accuracy, how they are trained, what suggestions they might have to improve the process, if any, and to enlighten us on different ways it's done in different communities, all in accordance with the procedure manual which we heard about at the last meeting. After their testimony, as we do at all meetings, we will invite public testimony if you signed up. If you didn't sign up, for town and city officials, there's a sign-up sheet over here on the table. If you're from the public and you want to testify, there's a sign-up sheet in the back. So with that, the next order of business is approval of the May 13 meeting minutes, which have been distributed. And we have a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
For a second.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's a vote. If I could have the sign-up sheet for the local officials so that I can call them. Secretary Scanlon, if you would like to give any introductory comments before the local officials testify.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just give a brief introduction, like I do at the other meetings, that the purpose of this group is to try and get a handle on why there's a declining voter sentiment and the confidence that they have in the election process. We started seeing it nationally 10 years ago, and New Hampshire has been a state that has bucked the trend, but given the rhetoric that we're hearing primarily at the national level, we're starting to see some concerns filter down into the New Hampshire electorate. I believe that two of the ways that we can combat that is one, through voter education, just help voters understand what the election process is. Because I think there are a lot of voters that are just happy to get their ballot and vote, and don't really understand that there are a lot of checks and balances that take place in the polling place. The other part of addressing this is just being totally transparent. I mean, as election officials, we have nothing to hide. There is no mystery to the process. Voters can see it from start to finish. There are components of the election process that we may have to work on, post-election audits for voting machines and things like that. But I think if we can just help the voting population understand that the way we do things in New Hampshire in terms of elections is simple and straightforward, it will go a long way to helping the discussion in our own state. So I'd like to thank all the committee members for being willing to serve in this endeavor. A lot of great minds up here, and I think that they'll do some good work. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The first, I'm going to take these in the order of sign-up, is Jonathan Kipp, Town Moderator of Londonderry. Welcome, Mr. Kipp.
Thank you. Mr. Chairs, members of the committee, thank you for providing us with this opportunity to provide some input. As the chairman said, my name is Jonathan Kipp. I'm the town moderator in the town of Londonderry, and I thank the committee for the good work that you're trying to do, because it's important that we do help voter confidence in the state of New Hampshire. And I want to share three things that we're either doing or contemplating doing in our community, which I think help with the transparency and improving voter confidence. And the first is, I'm going to support those who have said voter education, public education. I'm reminded of a commercial by a clothing store owner many, many years ago out of state, who said his best customer was an informed consumer. And I believe that applies to this. Informed voters are more responsible voters. So the more we can do to educate them, I think is for the better. Now in Londonderry, we're contemplating starting our own voter education process. And I think because many of the voting requirements in this state apply statewide, it'll be more efficient for the state to take on some of those voter education initiatives. Examples are, did you know? Factoids, all the way from registering to vote, to submitting your ballot, to understanding the voting results and when they have to be posted, as examples. Simple yet clear facts for voters to try to understand. The second thing that I support is allowing communities to pre-process absentee ballots for all elections. So you may ask, why does that improve voter confidence and transparency? I can only share with you the experience we had in Londonderry for the 2020 general election. We pre-processed our absentee ballots, and we had roughly 6,000 of them. And in Londonderry, like I suspect all polling places, and especially because of COVID, we have limited space in our voting area, which is the school gymnasium. So by pre-processing the absentees, we had a lot more room, a lot fewer people, because voters weren't coming in to cast their ballots. We had a lot more observers, we had poll challengers, and we were all able to communicate. As moderator and with my town clerk, Sherry Farrell, we were able to chat with people, explain what we were doing, why we were doing it, how we were doing it, in a fairly quiet environment, which is frankly impossible on voting day because of the number of absentee ballots and the number of voters coming and going. We were able to explain why absentee ballots were rejected, the reasons for that, the steps we were taking to contact those voters, and because it was 2 days before the election, we were able to have voters come in and remedy those ballots, and this was observed by all the observers and the challengers. So I think it served as a great educational tool for those who came to watch, and we would encourage all of our citizens to come and do that. And the third thing that I might suggest, and we're considering this in Londonderry. We're a machine count town, and we follow the procedures outlined by the Secretary of State's office to test our machines prior to the election. We're likely going to introduce a more formal hand count of the test ballots on the day of the machine testing. So what does that accomplish? As moderator, I complete the test ballots, the 50 test ballots, and I keep an accurate record of the votes that I, in air quotes, cast. So I know what the right result is supposed to be. On the testing day, we run those ballots and we look at the tapes to see how accurate they are as compared with the ballots I completed. At the same time, we're considering inviting maybe 2 or 3 teams of town election workers to come in and do a hand count of those ballots. And that accomplishes a couple of things. One, it gives us a basis for comparison. Whatever that result may be, how do the hand counts compare with the machine counts? And hopefully it improves confidence in the outcomes, whether hand or machine counted. The second thing it does is helps us to educate our poll workers, because if and when we have to do a hand count, they will have had some practice and will understand what our procedures are in Londonderry. And the third thing, it just demonstrates again to the public that this is all open and transparent, and we encourage them to come and observe how we carry out these responsibilities. So with that, I thank you again for the good work you're doing, and I will entertain any questions you may have.
One thing for clarification. When you say pre-processing ballots, I think I know what you mean, but just so the public understand, that's not pre-counting of the ballots.
Absolutely correct, Mr. Chairman. Pre-processing the absentee ballots, I'm sure the Secretary of State can explain in far more detail than I can, but no ballots get counted until Election Day.
So it's looking at the envelopes, opening the outside envelope, checking the names, see if they did them correctly, and as you mentioned, it gives you the opportunity to call somebody and say you didn't do something that has to be done in the rather intricate series of things that have to be done on their absentee ballot.
Exactly right. And the voters who we did contact are very thankful for the opportunity to come in and remedy their ballots.
And if you know, 2020 was a unique situation because of the special legislation that was passed in relation to that election because of COVID. Would pre-processing change require additional legislative change?
I'm not sure I'm in the best position to answer that, but unless it can be done by regulation, my guess is it would.
Mr. Chairman, the pre-processing provision that existed during the pandemic has expired.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
At our last meeting, we had a testimony given about the town websites, and we learned that some towns have a full explanation of the voting process and other communities did not. And I was curious to know, does Londonderry post on its town website all the information that citizens might need to understand the process and how to engage?
We work real hard to do that, yes. There's a link on our homepage that says voting and elections. I checked it before I came today, and for example, our supervisors of the checklist are meeting, like all other supervisors next week, and it's listed right there on the voting and elections tab. So we do our darndest to keep that up to date, yes.
That's wonderful, thank you.
Senator Merrill.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wonder if there were other provisions that were made because of the pandemic during the last election that have perhaps also expired, but you think it would be a good idea to continue with?
As I said in my testimony, the pre-processing, I think, was the biggest one as it relates to the work of this commission and the voter confidence. I don't have others that that I would recommend we continue, but without seeing the list, I'm extemporaneously, I'm not going to come up with any.
I think that one of the primary ones which was specific to 2020 was the expanded use of absentee ballots because fear of COVID had been declared and found to be a medical reason for an absentee ballot. And so there was a larger use of absentee ballots than public can be subsequently. Other questions? Mr. Teschner.
Yeah, it would seem that the pre-processing is less about voter confidence and more about efficiency of how we do it. However, I assume you would agree that whatever provisions we put in there in terms of announcing the time and making it available to observers and that sort of thing would be appropriate.
I would agree that it makes it more convenient. I would also reiterate my point that I believe it does aid in education and transparency, because we were able to answer a lot of questions during pre-processing, and we would not have been available to answer those questions on election day.
Olivia?
I want to thank you for sharing that voter education is an important priority, but I do struggle a little bit as some of the rules are complicated. I mean, the whole election law book, and I think a lot of times we see what the RSA says as how to register to vote, and not just the simple things that voters might need, like how to prove your age, your identity, domicile, and citizenship. And so I think it's also one of those things of how to translate the RSAs into plain English so that voters can understand. And do you struggle in doing some of that with the state legislators and translating it so voters can really understand?
I'm a relatively new moderator, started in 2020, so the answer to that is yes. When I started, thankfully I received the book that you have and the election procedures manual from the Secretary of State's office, and they were like, here, good luck. But they have been very accessible to answer questions, and there are many questions. We have a moderators listserv, for example, where we're able to pose questions to our fellow moderators, those with more experience. So it's an ongoing educational component for us and for our voters, yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
When you pre-process, you do that when they come in, not all together at one time prior to the election day.
We pre-processed, there was a set time that we were allowed to do it under the regulations, and we chose to do it the day before election day, and it was all ballots received up to that day.
Okay.
And then ballots that arrived after we pre-processed on that Monday, we just processed upon election day as we would normally.
Thank you for that. On the issue that you spoke about, being education is the most necessary, helpful way to inform the public on how the voting process is conducted. Can you give us more specific examples of how you think that education can be disseminated to the community so that they have that information at their fingertips? Do you know, is this being taught in the schools? Is there some way of communicating this other than the website that we talked about earlier?
Well, I'm smiling because we do our darndest, I think, around the state, all communities, to put the information out there. How do we get people to read it, comprehend it, and then ask questions if they don't understand it? I can give you an example in Londonderry, though. We have a very beloved civics teacher who tries to bring her civics class in on election day, and we get to chat with the class. I sometimes go and visit the class. So is it happening in the schools? Probably not universally, but it certainly is in the Londonderry High School, and we're very proud of that. Could we do more in school curricula? Probably. I'm going to share just one simple thing. It doesn't go to being a New Hampshire voter, but this occurred at the general election in November. A young lady came in and handed me her absentee ballot and said, I'd like to submit this. And I looked at it and said, I'm sorry, I cannot accept it. She said, they told me I could bring it to any polling place. I said, this is a California absentee ballot. She said, but they told me I could submit it anywhere. Well, I think they meant anywhere in California, and she was not happy. So if that's an indication of where we are with voters understanding the processes in their states.
Thank you for coming and sharing your testimony with us today. It was very helpful. You mentioned when you took office that you were handed a manual and that there's a ramp-up process for that. It's my understanding that the Secretary of State's office provides quite a few online courses in multiple segments to help town election officials get up to speed to understand the law and how they should be implemented. Are you aware of those?
Absolutely, and I participated in them, and they're very well done, and thank you to the Secretary of State's office. I believe my comment was maybe a little extreme. I did receive the 2 books, and then all kinds of support afterwards to try to understand them. And I must say, in Londonderry, we have an exceptional election team who's been around for a lot longer than I have as moderator, so they were also a great help to me. So I was not left all by myself to try to figure it out in any way.
Follow? It's also my understanding from the Secretary of State's office, speaking with former Secretary of State Bill Gardner, that many town election officials do not take advantage of that opportunity to become more familiar with election laws and procedures. Do you think that should be mandatory?
That's a good question. Should it be? Maybe. What are the repercussions of that, and how do you enforce that, though? I mean, moderators are elected, at least in Londonderry, we're elected by the people. We report to the people. I think it's a best practice, highly recommended, but I'm not sure I can give you a firm answer to that without more thought.
Thank you.
How many voters in Londonderry?
A little over 17,000. After the most recent review of our checklist, we were down from 21,000.
How many polling places do you have?
1.
When if you took office in 2020, you haven't had a normal presidential election,
Have not.
but those have a tendency to be the highest turnout. Do you think that number of voters going through a polling place has been a problem, or can you handle it pretty efficiently?
We handle it very efficiently. On election day in 2020, we were able to check in 12 voters a minute using 8 check-in stations. And then we had enough booths, which tends sometimes to be the problem. The ballots are long. We ran out of booths for people to cast their ballots. We were able to check 12 people in a minute with 8 check-in stations. They completed their ballots and they were out and chatting with voters as they waited in our relatively short line. You're like, this is great, the line's moving right along, we're in, we're out. So our system worked in November of 2020, and I hope it continues.
You voted at the high school?
Excuse me?
You voted at the high school?
In the high school gymnasium, yes.
So you got a lot of parking?
Not enough parking, no. Mr. Chairman, that is our biggest challenge going forward is parking and access to the parking lot, because if school is open, it's difficult for the school to limit student and teacher parking in our voter parking lot. Local situation.
Okay.
I had a brain, that senior moment, I just lost my question.
Okay.
If you could change anything in the process as you executed it in 2020 to improve the process, what would you do?
That's a great question. I would, and I know this is not where your question is directed, I would have a bigger polling place, because trying to process the absentee ballots, have the check-in stations, have the booths, have our supervisors, and we have so many voters coming in to try to register on election day. Our supervisors have an expanded workstation, so we just have to be very efficient in the limited space that we have. In terms of procedures, since we use the electronic poll pads, which we support, the lines move quicker, so I wouldn't change that. We have a reader that says you go to line number 4, you go to line number 8, versus the A to D. And we all know the alphabetical line is the longest when it's our last name, but that doesn't exist when we have the electronic poll books. Again, the pre-processing of the absentee ballots in that particular election was key. So I'm sorry, Mr. Co-Chair, I have nothing further than that.
Follow-up question. What was the percentage of voter participation in Londonderry in 2020?
Approximately 75%. I think we had 17,000, including absentees, out of our 21,000.
Do you do anything to try and motivate more people to participate, or is this standard procedure and that is how Londonderry has always responded?
We do our best to make it clear what the deadlines are for registering for changing party, whatever the deadline might be. We make it abundantly clear when the elections are. Quite frankly, the one we struggle with the most, as I suspect most communities do, is our local election in March. Ours is in March, when that's where all the money is being spent and we get the lowest turnout. So that's, I think, frustrating for us as election officials. Presidential election, again, we've got 75%, which is good for us.
Thank you.
Could you explain the process that you implement for processing absentee ballots on election day? And the purpose of this question is, I'd like for you to explain, is there any meaningful public oversight while you're doing that process? Do you do that up close and personal, more than 6 feet of the public, or poll watchers, or poll challengers, or is it somewhat removed from that process?
When we pre-processed, it was very open to the observers and the poll challengers. We used our same setup. We used 4 of our voting day check-in stations where we had teams of 2 election workers pre-processing the absentees, opening them, reviewing them. And if they had an issue, they would call me as the moderator to review that ballot. Immediately adjacent, 10 feet, we had chairs that were used throughout the day, people coming and going, watching, the party representatives. At each of those stations, we had a chair there if they wanted to put a poll challenger right there at the check-in where the ballots were being pre-processed. But it was so quiet in the gym because there was nothing else going on. When we had a ballot that for whatever reason was rejected, I was able to go and explain this was rejected because. So on election day, for us, that would be impossible because we process the absentee ballots in a separate place. It's difficult to access. So yes, we have poll challengers observe that, and we can get them very close. But in terms of the public, there's not enough room.
Okay, but there is public oversight via the poll challengers.
Oh yes, oh yes.
Thank you.
Committee Member Zink?
Just want to clarify, you said ballots, but I believe you meant the affidavit envelope, that when they were pre-processing, they were opening to see if the affidavit envelope had a signature. You weren't actually looking at voters' ballots.
Thank you for the clarification. No, we saw no ballots on that day. We opened the outer envelope, reviewed the affidavit envelope, make a note in the checklist that it's been submitted. But no, there's no handling of ballots, counting of ballots during the pre-processing.
Senator Merrill?
Just a question. I know there was a discussion about whether you can mark it on the checklist that that person has voted. Was that allowed or not? Once you process those absentee ballots, or is that only done the next day?
We use electronic poll books, so we noted in the electronic record that the absentee ballot had been submitted, but we cannot check that voter off on the checklist until after 1 hour after the polls open the following day, because they have an opportunity to come in and say, I'd rather not vote absentee, I'd rather vote in person, in which case we find their absentee ballot and take it out of the pile. So they get marked off on the checklist once their ballot has been counted.
Senator Merrill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A comment, really, not a question, or maybe a would you believe.
We're not in the legislature, you can just make a joke.
Okay. And the comment is just, I wanted to follow up on what Co-Chair Swett said, that he was interested in hearing from you about improvements that you thought would be valuable to take or to make. And it may seem like an obvious thing to ask, but I just wanted to emphasize that that's a question I have in general, I guess, for all the election officials who testify. To please give us your suggestions for how things might run more smoothly, even though, from what I see, things run pretty well.
Well, thank you on behalf of Londonderry. It is a great question, which I promise to contemplate, and if I have further suggestions, I will certainly share those through written testimony with the committee.
Thank you.
Anything else? John? Thank you for coming.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I'm reading the sign that says "Speak Up." No one says "Speak Up." Peter Basilar from Milford. Town and school moderator. Is it London for punch?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first had an opportunity to meet Jonathan Kipp late on the night of the election of 2020, and I'm kind of glad he went first. Yes, my name is Pete Basilar. I'm the town and school district moderator in Milford. I've served the town in those roles for 14 years now. In Milford, we have just under 10,000 voters, and we use one polling place. We've only just this week formally decided to relocate from the middle school, which we had used up until the fall elections in 2020, to the high school, which we have been actually used for the last 2 years. The high school provides us with the space that we need in order to be able to handle the volume of voters that we have now, and we anticipate will continue to grow as we get through to the 2024 elections. Recently, I was advocating for changes to be made to the bill in Concord regarding affidavit ballots, and I contacted my state reps, and after just this past weekend, after the vote had been taking place, one of the representatives said to me that they voted in favor of the affidavit bill because we don't have any problems in Milford, but you've heard of stories elsewhere. And I think that's part of the issue we have when we come to voter confidence, is that for a lot of people, it is, we don't have a problem in our town. It's the other communities that have an issue. And certainly, moderators like Mr. Kipp, myself, and many others do everything we can to ensure, as I call it, that we have a safe, secure, and trustworthy election. And when I bring in new election workers, for the first time, they are, without exception, amazed at what we do. They have approached the checklist person and checked in formally with the paper ballots, now with e-poll books in Milford, and then received their ballots, gone and marked them, and entered them into the AccuVote tabulators without much thought to the process. And so when new workers come to us, they are absolutely amazed. And I think that's another area that you have to consider when you're looking at voter confidence, is that many people who have voted for a long time just accept the process and have confidence in the process. But there are many people who may be new and don't understand the process and everything that goes on behind the scenes, if you will, to make this work. In Milford, I have 3 shifts. We have basically a 14-hour day, well, that's on the clock, if you will. Our polls are open from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. And so after I became moderator, I instituted 3 shifts, which is a double-edged sword because it increased the number of people I needed by about 50% from what my predecessor had. But that gives us the ability to have basically 5-hour shifts through the course of the day. And the last shift, I insist that they stay after 8 o'clock to help with, counting the write-ins and so forth and so on. So basically, I'm trying to get as many people involved as I can. To be honest with you, while the election laws and procedure manual say that we need to have Democrats and Republicans. The fact of the matter is we have a lot of undeclared voters that have to work in the polls as well, because that's where I can get the people I need in order to run the election. As I think about voter confidence and the actionable items that you might want to consider, I think we truly need to educate folks about the safeguards that are already in place. As former Secretary of State Bill Gardner said, certainly Secretary of State Dave Scanlon has reiterated, we have processes that, when followed, will ensure that we have a secure and trustworthy election. And most people don't know that. In March, we had a recount of the race for a select board. And that night, we actually engaged the media team in Milford to videotape the town clerk, who is here now, as she took the ballots out of their vault, and we transported them over to the elevator, up the elevator, and into the banquet hall where we were going to do the recount. In other words, we made every effort to show the people exactly the chain of custody, if you will, from the time the ballots were removed from the vault right through to the beginning of the counting process. And of course, they videotaped the broadcast, actually, the count. And I think that leads into what we truly need. We need to have professionally done video and social media pieces that every community can have. Jonathan talked about how they're doing something in Londonderry. The moderator in Merrimack just shared a wonderful piece that Merrimack's media team had put together. And we can have all the communities across the state do that, but one, you have a lot of duplication of effort, but two, you also open up the opportunity for inadvertent errors to be introduced. And so I would highly recommend that presumably the Secretary of State's office engage with professional media in order to put together snippets. The 140 word or 140 character equivalents, if you will, for media, short pieces that can be relayed on Facebook, it can be on your website and so forth. But that kind of those kind of pieces, multiple pieces that explain what happens to assure the integrity of the elections, not only will inform the voters, but it may also engage them in a dialogue, because there will still be some people who disbelieve or are skeptical of what they see, partly perhaps because of the source, but at least we can engage them and point out where they may have a misunderstanding, and actually engage those people by bringing them into the election process. The other thing, a second step I would recommend is doing what we can to streamline the registration and voting process. I think many people feel it's more difficult than it actually is, but if anything, if we can do anything to make it easier for the voter to do their part of the process, will be a great help. And a related point to that is the fact that the last day for a previously registered voter to change their party affiliation for the September primary is a week away, May 31st. Now, that makes a lot of sense, I think, because the filing periods begin on June 1st. So back in the day, it made a whole lot of sense. But I dare say that most of the people who will be voting aren't thinking about the September election on June 1st. So what can we do to enable people to change their affiliation, correct their affiliation, because oftentimes they think we made a mistake, not them, closer into the time of a primary election. The third is that collectively we need to admit when something goes wrong, that if we've made a mistake, we do that, and whatever we can do to continuously improve the process. We haven't had many mistakes, and certainly none of them of significant magnitude in Milford over the course of 14 years. But I think that we just need to be frank with the voters. If there's been a mistake, that we're going to fix it and make it right. And then lastly, don't want to put it all on technology, but technology certainly is a key tool for us. In Milford, as I alluded to, we use e-poll books. And to follow on Jonathan's point, even though we use e-poll books, that's not the official record. The official record is the paper checklist. And so e-poll books streamline the process. I'm fond of saying that if I took away the e-poll books, I'd have a revolt on my hands that you would hear in Concord or clear across the state, because as was indicated, the e-poll books not only provide accurate, timely, almost instantaneous results in terms of how many people have voted, but more importantly for the voter, because that's the person we're talking about today, they walk into the polling place and they don't have to worry about how long the line is in front of them. It's first come, first serve. And so the e-poll books, using them across the state, in those communities that can justify it because of the size of their polling place, and I admit that there are smaller communities where they will never make sense. But in communities like ours, enabling voters to use the e-poll books, knowing we have a paper backup, I think will go further to increasing their confidence because they see and experience a streamlined process that is geared around the voter, not necessarily around the RSAs. And the same holds true with the tabulators. In Milford, we worked with the Ballot Law Commission and with the support of Chairman Cook, and came very close to testing an alternative tabulator this year. I have very serious concerns personally about the ability of the tabulators to be used in widespread fashion in 2024. Those machines, which have not been built for many years, are going to be very old come 2024. And for as long as the state requires moderators, clerks, and other election officials to count ballots on after the polls have closed, which in Milford's case means that really no earlier than 8:30 p.m. If we have to count by hand at a major turnout election, we had 70% turnout in 2020, we would be going all night long with people who have been, like myself included, our clerk as well, and several other people will have been at the polling place since 5 a.m. So I think the state truly needs to make a concerted effort to determine what alternative tabulator can be used to replace the AccuVotes. And that whole process of determining which tabulator is the one to use can be one that's very much so out in the open, involve as many people as are interested, and we can practically support. The latest technologies, and they have safety and security features in place, and they have the checks and balances that we need to assure our voters that we have a trustworthy election. Again, not every community is ever going to need a tabulator, but when we think about 10,000 voters or 17,000 voters, even more in other communities, going to a single polling place, we cannot rely on people who have been working all day to then spend all night counting the votes. The other thing is the tabulators give us, in the large communities anyway, the ability to report results the night of the election. We don't want another debacle like Iowa had. We want to make sure that on election night, every election, local as well as state and national, we're able to inform with the highest possible degree of confidence the voters that night of who won what race, and as in the case of our select board race, that we're going to have a recount, folks, because it's that close. So with that, I want to thank the committee for listening and considering my input, and I'm happy to sit and answer any questions you may have about what we do in Milford. Thank you.
To expand a little bit on what Pete said about the inquiry about a new vote counting device, as I believe it's called, ballot counting device, as they call them in the statute. Milford made a petition to the bylaw commission that an alternate device be used. We had hearings. We had a mechanism by which we thought it could be used in an experimental kind of way at their municipal election. Given that they had a recount, I was kind of glad we didn't ultimately do that. But I think you'll be glad to know that at the July 7th, is that what it is?
I believe it's 12th,
July 12th meeting of this committee in the afternoon. That morning, we're hoping to have a bylaw commission hearing to further the consideration. You'll be getting further notice about that as the moving part. But we plan to do the feeding of a sample amount of ballots into that device to see how it works and demonstrate it for the commission, and then in the afternoon the committee's going to see how the present one works, and we'll be certainly invited, like if the public is invited, to the morning meeting to watch that process. The way it works, for people that don't know, ballot commission has jurisdiction over approval of ballot counting devices, sometimes known as machines. Presently in New Hampshire, only one is authorized, the AccuVote. As Pete said, it hasn't been manufactured for a while. Parts are sometimes difficult to get. And moreover, we want everybody to have confidence. They seem to work, but we want people to have confidence that they work. Nobody can force a town to buy one. Towns don't have to use them. But we're in the process of considering alternatives. New Hampshire only has 309, we heard, polling places. So it's not the biggest market in the world to sell ballot counting devices. So if we had too many alternatives for people, none of the manufacturers might want to participate because they couldn't sell enough to make it profitable. So it's a fine balance between a lot of different factors, but we're in the process of considering it. Any questions?
Yeah, I just want to officially thank you and all the elected officials. I don't think you guys get enough credit for what you do. And I appreciated your comments about the voter education, and I think an important part of that voter education has to be these election officials are elected. They're from your town. They're your neighbors. It's not true in every state, you know, and I think that that's one of the strengths of our system, and I think that that's one of the key things for voter confidence. So it's not just about the process, it's about how these people are selected and the fact that they're from your town. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for testifying. It's very helpful. There's quite a few people have expressed concerns about voting machines, and I've heard from many town election officials that, as you stated today, it makes it very, very much easier to process the votes, to tabulate them, to produce results at the end of the night. What would you suggest from your standpoint could be done in order to make people feel more comfortable with voting machines being used in New Hampshire?
Well, certainly the entire process around the voting machines, because as was mentioned earlier, there is the testing of the ballots and the machines that occurs prior to the election day, where the actual ballot counting device that sits on a base is stored between the time those tests are conducted and when it's removed from wherever that storage place is and brought to the polling place. But I think part of it is, examples like what we had in Milford. We had that recount, and the vote changed by one. And that one was a person who had marked, had filled in 2 ovals for the select board race. and put an X through one of those two. And the machine did its job. The machine read that as an overvote, but it was only when we took a look at the ballots did we see that, oh, the intent of the voter was to not vote for one of the two individuals, and we therefore cast the ballot for the one person. And so I think that whenever a recount may occur locally or at the state is one of the best proof cases for the tabulators or the ballot counting machines. And so enabling that to continue to happen in public, which it does. You know, we do it right, and the voters can be close, but not right on top of the machine, but enabling the voters, or I should say, because they're already enabled, we need to make them aware that these things are happening. And it's going to be difficult because every town does it a little bit differently, you know, in terms of the exact day and certainly the location. But when we have that, where people can see with their own eyes, then I think that's the biggest help. And then the recounts that occur, whether again at local or state level, why did the vote tally change? That's what the voters want to know. And in our case, it was an overvote that we interpreted when we looked at the ballot to mean one vote. So that would be my response.
Peter, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate you coming here this afternoon. In the attempt to keep this an efficient hearing and moving along, I have two questions. One is, do you agree with everything that Jonathan stated before you came?
Pretty much, I think so, yes.
And if there's anything that you think that you could add to his testimony, I would love to hear a differentiation or an expansion on your thoughts about that.
Well, I think it's, I would just add to that, in terms of pre-processing, absolutely, that makes makes election day, when there's a high turnout, a big advantage. In our local elections, we have like maybe 2,500 people, and so it's not as much of an advantage there. But certainly when we're talking about a national election, where we will have people from overseas who are living overseas for whatever reason, in military or business or other, want to make sure that their votes have been received, that their ballots have been received, then that makes a lot of sense to have that as a viable option for us. And I think what goes along with that is also it's showing the voters, the residents of the town, and others, if they're interested, what happened. Not simply when we went through and checked the names on the affidavit, but what happened afterwards, when those envelopes with the ballots were then trundled into, in our case, the town hall vault and set aside and so forth. So I would just amplify what Jonathan was saying, and I think that's certainly a viable tool for us that would make things, particularly at the national elections, a lot easier. We have to be very, very cautious of the fact that, and I just came down from Maine and I stopped in a little town hall for a little town in southern Maine, and Maine is having their primary shortly. I'm not sure the exact date. At any rate, there on the side of the vestibule outside the town clerk's office was a slot where you put your absentee ballots in. And I said, oh, that's interesting, because it looked just like a regular slot, and it was. But on the inside, it was a lockbox. So they had fashioned a way for a resident who had a reason to have an absentee ballot to submit it without having to interact with anyone, confident in the knowledge that at some point during the day, presumably, the town clerk or another person, or official, would retrieve those ballots. So I think while we want to make and continue to make our elections secure, I think to the extent that we can move the focus to the voter and say, what can we do to enable the voter to participate? Then I think that goes a long way to inspiring confidence, because they understand what they have to do, they understand better what goes on behind the scenes, and as a result, they can be confident in trustworthy results.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you very much.
You're welcome, thank you.
Tina Guilford, Derry Town School Moderator. Or maybe the town clerk's office.
And now it's both of us. Well, thank you all for coming here to Derry. Hopefully you like our little town here. Our little town is the largest polling place. We are over 21,000 voters. In 2020, we were at 26,000 voters. We purged a few. We had 18,100 voters vote in November 2020. Pre-processing was key. So was voter education. We pre-processed right here in this room, and in fact, there were members of the media here. We were actively from that corner calling voters whose ballots were being rejected. And we actually had a voter come in while we were pre-processing, to come in to fix his ballot because he had forgotten to sign it. And he was interviewed by the media. I'm sure you can go and look that up. But it was great to watch it happen live in person. And I was able to answer lots of questions and explain why ballots were rejected. But even more than pre-processing, we have put together some flyers, and we've posted on social media, and we've got it on our website about updating your party affiliation. We've had our 2020 primary, and we had a primary in 2021 for a special election to fill a seat. It was like a tale of two primaries. 2020, we had voters come in, and while they were maybe concerned about COVID, they had the wrong party affiliation, and the legislation that was passed for COVID allowed for a voter on election day to change their party affiliation. We had about 40 or so voters that did that. Well, in 2021, of course, that legislation had been sunsetted, and we had lots of upset voters, screaming voters. So in an attempt to fix that, here in Derry, we've tried to educate voters to go online, use the voter lookup tool, come into town hall, check your party affiliation, make sure you're in the right party so you can vote in the primary. Because elections are run by the local officials. And you know, I live here in town, and I'm the one that they come and yell at. And of course, they always think it's our fault. A lot of times it's because they didn't stop to change back on their way out. And I think we also need to educate voters that we are local. We are right here. I get lots of phone calls asking about questions about things that happen in other states. A lot of them vote at the county level, which elections are done very differently that way. So it's all about voter education. I've actually gone in Pinkerton Academy a couple of times and actually talked to civics classes, encouraging them to vote, talking to them about what voting means and how voting works. But voter education, and if we could just teach a voter how to fill out a ballot, because they overvote all the time. We're vote 10 for our state rep race, and we commonly have ballots with 11, 12 circles filled in. It's sad, but voter education, it's so important. We need to educate them from the door to the exit, and we need to get them in the door. I've doubled our vote count in our local town election this last election. I did so by hosting candidate forums. I'm planning on doing the same for the November election. Increasing increasing voter participation and education. One of the biggest complaints I hear, well, I don't know anything about these candidates. I don't know what they stand for. How do I look up their information? But they don't want to do a whole lot of searching. Some people are maybe a little lazy. They kind of want it spoon-fed. So we're doing what we can here in Derry. I have some plans for some videos so people are ready to vote in the fall. If the Secretary of State's office wants to make those kind of videos, that would be great, and we wouldn't have to do it. Educating voters on how to fill out a ballot, about the machines. We hold machine testing here. I've been moderator since 2020, but I've been working elections since 2015. I think in the last few years, I can count on my 2 hands how many people have come to watch ballot testing. It's wide open. We do it right here in this room, but voters are not engaged. And I'm not sure how to get them to be engaged, but we need to try, and I think we need to do better. Not just on the local level, but also on the state level, because that's where the confidence is going to come from. That they can see what we do, they know what we do, and they're able to trust what we do. So if you have any questions.
Yeah, we've been talking about the pre-processing and the absentee ballots, but there's a little bit of an elephant in the room here about the whole absentee ballot situation. At the last election, we sort of opened the door for absentee balloting because of the COVID. And now there's, I guess, a lot of expectations that a lot of absentee balloting will continue. I guess this would have been a good question for any of the people, but should we be expanding? And I know that that's balanced against how do we check it? Do you think we should be expanding absentee balloting? Or, you know, some states have gone totally to online balloting and that sort of thing.
No, we like paper here in New Hampshire. I think voters really like paper. So stick with paper. Honestly, we have a process. They fill out their application for their absentee ballot. Going back to a question that was earlier about requiring officials to attend training and then how do you enforce it? It's the same thing. We don't go and check if this person is out of town, even though they say they're out of town. We don't check what their physical limitation is, that they checked that they had a physical disability to vote. It's on the voter. They're signing an affidavit. It's on their conscience. I do think a lot of people like the convenience of absentee balloting. We saw a little bit more of it in our local election than we had previously. And I really think that, you know, I think going forward, a lot of people are going to take advantage of it. They saw how convenient it was. However, regardless of how many times they call me, we don't have a mailbox painted red, white, and blue for them to drop ballots outside somewhere, because I get a lot of people calling for that. We don't do that here.
Just a question on the success of the videos that you put out for educating people.
We're working on them.
You're working on it, but I'm with you with the thought process of people, oh, I don't know who that is. Tell me more about it. It's not your job to start discussing candidates, but it's funny how the people just, well, what do you know about them?
Yes.
And put that out to the public of, the public needs to do their own research. Because again, if you have an opinion that people are like, oh, that they're leaning one way or another, no. Do your research, check them out online, call the candidate up. That's the best part about local elections. So having moderators push maybe on their websites, could they publicize where to reach a candidate? Is that something, or is that electioneering for Mr. Secretary?
I think if they posted contact information, I mean, it's public on the declarations of candidacy anyway, so, you know, I don't think giving contact information would be electioneering, provided you're giving all the candidates contact information out at the same time.
That way they could just say, okay, just go give them a call.
So here in Derry, we also offer them the opportunity to go to our cable TV station and make a video, air a video. So a lot of times people will ask me, well, who do I vote for? Well, I can't tell you who to vote for. I don't recommend anybody. In fact, since I became moderator, I won't even put a sign on my lawn because I don't want to endorse anyone. But they can, you know, I direct them to the cable TV. Now I also direct them to the candidate forums that I hold. We've definitely discussed putting their contact information online if they give it. Sometimes they don't put all the information with the declaration, but email addresses and that kind of stuff. Honestly, we do what we can, but some voters, it's just so hard.
Thank you.
My typical question, is there anything that you can see that could improve the system as it currently operates?
Like I said, it was the election day being able to change your party affiliation. That was a one-time thing for COVID that we had in September of 2020. And it cut down on angry voters. They do get very nasty when they can't vote the ballot that they want. And
so
of
this
course,
is the first time that was allowed?
It's the only time it was allowed. So it cut down a lot because, you know, as a moderator, sometimes you spend your day on election day, it feels like almost putting out fires, right? So every time there's a voter that's angry, they get directed in your direction. And you get voters, and you know, they talk to the supervisors, and they're angry, and their party affiliation, they think it's our mistake. But you know, there's not a lot we can do, and they get very angry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. I wanted to follow up on your description of a conversation about the drop boxes.
Yeah.
Being disappointed. And do you not favor having drop boxes in general? Would you say that?
Well, I don't know that an unmanned drop box is a good idea. I mean, I think that's a problem, and a lot of other states have. I think it'd be very different, a lockbox like what Pete described, that is inside town hall where the slot goes in one side of the wall and the outside is a secure box. You know, the inside is in the clerk's office and a secure box. I think that's a different conversation than just a public box out in the street. Because I would definitely have issues with that. I feel like, you know, a slot in a wall in the town clerk's office, it is still in their custody per se. That's their box. So I don't know that I would support that kind of thing.
Any other questions? How do you make, I've always wondered this about Derry, and especially when we do recounts at the Ballot Commission of elections that have 10 candidates run up, or 10 get elected. How do voters, and this has got nothing to do with our data, I just always wondered, now I got you here so I can ask. How do voters, even informed voters, know 10 people?
That's a good question. I really don't think that they do. I think a few of them vote on name recognition, and then they look at the rest and they kind of look into a few of them, find a few that they like, and that's how they vote. We also have a lot of bullet voters. If you've seen Derry's ballots, we have a lot of voters that only vote for 6 or 7. And then again, there's the ones that vote for 11 or 12, so.
And Dan Healy, Town Clerk. Thank you for your help.
Hi, Dan Healy, Derry Town Clerk. I'm going to keep this brief because my moderator just spoke. I'm appreciative that on the agenda we have a presentation by local election officials, but I'm a little concerned that a local election official wasn't asked to be on this committee. So I don't know if that's something that the committee can consider, or what the process is on that. We're the ones on the ground doing the work. We were at the elections, we know the process, but none of us were asked to be on the committee. No town clerks, city clerks, town city moderators, and no supervisor of the checklist. So that's my only comment.
We didn't appoint us.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, let me just add that I purposely did not appoint any elected officials on this committee because I felt that would be self-serving. So there's no state elected official currently serving on the committee. There's no local election official serving on the committee. I felt it's more important that we hear the input from those individuals if they want to offer it.
So this presentation by local election officials, will that be a regular part of the agenda?
Well, this is the,
because I know it's
this is the meeting in which the focus was, and people were invited to come and testify.
Okay.
Certainly, town and local officials are invited as part of public comment for every one of our meetings from here on out. So if there are local officials who you know of that couldn't come today, I think it was really nice to have folks, but we didn't have anybody from a really small town, and we didn't have anybody from the city. So
yeah,
I think we should continue to try to get participation from those folks.
Yeah, I just feel it'd be helpful to exactly what you're doing on this part of the agenda, just to hear from the local election officials that are doing the work. Right. Thank you.
Anybody have a question before we move on?
Excuse me, we have a small town and a city present if you want their input, and I'm happy to add on behalf of my association as well.
Well, I was about to ask, because those are the people who signed up as local officials. Are there any other election officials over here who would like to testify before we get to the public comment? It's the first hand I saw, so come right up and identify yourself.
Yes, my name is Peter Griffin. I'm the town moderator from Windham. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I wasn't sure I could come to the meeting because of a previous engagement, so I apologize
To the
for
microphone.
My name is Peter Griffin. I'm the town moderator from Windham. I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak before you. I apologize for my formal attire. I wasn't sure I was going to be able to make the meeting today. At the end of this term, I will be moderator 30 years. It's been an amazing experience. It's always a learning experience because of legislation that happens in Concord, and the thread of question that's gone through this is what can be done to make the whole process better. I think better collaboration between the legislative delegation and those individuals on the town and city level that will be affected by the legislation. It's fine to enact legislation on what I refer to as the planet Concord, but how can it be implemented in an efficient way? As far as planning for elections, I'm for the September election, which I'm going to equate with almost the level of a presidential election. We are going to begin planning in July. I pulled together the town clerk, her deputy, my deputy moderator, the checklist supervisors. As we proceed towards the election, we invite police, fire, school officials, because we hold the election at Windham High School. It's the most efficient way of, efficient location of holding the election. The police have developed an amazing parking plan, and we've had nothing but positive responses, even in the 2020 election, about how well the election was run and how quickly and efficiently the voters made it through the checklist. As far as the checklist supervisors, we had, I think it was 72 for the presidential election, 2 shifts, so it's 36 people each. Those individuals total that touched that election were over 100 people, with all the people that I mentioned, including the people that from the school department and the town department that set up the voting booths, take down the voting booths. We have student volunteers that use it as far as community service that can help us during the day. I just learned recently that the checklist supervisors are going to be setting up stations, or may have already done so, at the high school to try and enlist the voters, the high school students, to register to vote. So we're doing outreach in that respect. One of the great tragedies of today is there's no universal way of disseminating information. The comment had been made earlier about the voter having to take something upon themselves, and that is so appropriate, but we do our best through social media and things like that. Our town clerk is amazing in disseminating that information. The question was also asked earlier, with all of these forums and seminars, do I participate in them? Yes, I do. In fact, a number of years ago, I was fortunate to encourage the Secretary of State's office to have one in Windham High School. I'm just trying to think what other things I can add to it. Questions?
What can we do to improve the process? Help beat Ambassador Swett to the punch there.
Well, I think a lot of it, again, as I pointed out earlier, is working with the legislature. I mean, it can be simply put out there, like our state reps and our senator never comes to us and said, this is being proposed for your voting, to change the voting rules and regulations. Never once. And if that can be instilled in them for each representative on their respective community to follow up with the voting officials. And I think one of the aspects that people don't understand is election day, the Board of Selectmen is part of the election officials. We are, for the partisan elections, we are monitored or audited every time by someone from the Attorney General's office. And one of the main questions they ask that are the selectmen here, and I will point them out, I'll introduce them. They are part of the election officials, and they play a very important part of it. If they are unable to attend, then they can select, then they can appoint what they call selectman pro tempore, a substitute.
At our last meeting, we had a significant delegation from your hometown, and they carried on a discussion about the audit process. And I was just curious if you could give your opinion on that, just so that we have a complete record from all who have reported from Windham.
I spent most of I think was it 2 or 3 weeks in Pembroke at the audit. I thought it was very well done. I thought the audit group was a group of elected officials, town officials that volunteered their services from around the state. So it was really well represented. I thought the auditors did an excellent job. I thought the choice of auditors was correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Swett.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for what you're doing in Windham. It was news to me, getting hearing testimony last month, that we have elected officials, the city council that's supposed to be at these elections. It was really good to hear that. You also made a point of the AG's office doing audits. Has Windham had one of those recently, and how did it go?
We have one for every partisan election, and in other words, major elections, but because of the result of the audit, we have been appointed a monitor for this upcoming election. A monitor, and David, you might, Mr. Scanlon, excuse me, you might be able to elaborate on that. An individual to be named to monitor the election process in Windham, over and above the auditor that's normally done.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, thanks for testifying, Peter. As I mentioned earlier, the Secretary of State's office offers training each year regarding election laws, procedures, and changes. I'm curious, what percentage of those training sessions you've attended, and do you think that they should be mandatory for all election officials?
I have attended a majority of all of those sessions. It's incumbent on me to keep up on what is happening as far as election law, but also what is happening in other parts of the state, what their different perspectives are from the elected officials, what they're doing, how they're doing it. Should it be mandatory? In a perfect world, that would be wonderful. In a reality, I don't see how it can be mandated.
Well, that's really two different things. One is, should it be mandated, and then if so, there's a whole process that would have to be worked out. And the reason I'm asking the question is because there is a lot to know, to understand, and laws do change every year. And if we have election officials across the state in all the towns, and my understanding, again, from the Secretary of State's office, is that a lot of election officials do not participate in those sessions to educate our election officials. That to me is one of the reasons why we have a lack of voter confidence. And I'm asking these questions to see if there are ways that we could help increase it by, if not mandating, are there other things that can be done in order to make sure that our election officials are properly following election laws and procedures?
It is incumbent on anyone running for an office, either election or planning board or zoning board, so our forums provide for all of them. It is incumbent on them to take advantage of them. And I can't say mandate them. What you can say, yes, okay, mandate it, but then how do you enforce it? It has to be partly on their own initiative to want to be as educated as possible to fulfill the position to which they are elected. And as far as I have not had anyone ask me as a matter of course, I try to take advantage of many of these forums that the AG's office, Secretary of State jointly have managed. And so I just don't know. You can mandate it, but there again, how you can enforce it. It should be partly on the person that is running for office to understand that there is an election and there is an educational process involved with this. Part two of this, if they are not taking advantage of the forums that are offered, are they not being educated by someone who is in the election office in his respective town or city? Can they also learn from them?
I would respectfully disagree. I believe that if someone's been elected to office or appointed to help out with our elections, that there's an obligation that they follow the laws and procedures properly. And if the Secretary of State's office is providing an opportunity to help keep all of the election officials up to date on all of the changes and all of the laws and be there to answer all the questions, perhaps there needs to be some kind of licensing procedure or process or verification and validation or certification that takes place each year in order to ensure that our election officials properly perform their duties. Is that something that you would be opposed to?
I don't know what to say to that. I've already given my opinion.
Well, with due respect, we shouldn't be getting into debates with our people who are testifying. So, any other questions?
I have one question. You have served distinguishedly for 30 years in your position in Windham. I would be curious, along the lines of what my committee member Ken was questioning, what your experience with voter confidence is in Windham. Has it, over those 30 years, been the same? Is it higher now than it was before? Is it lower? And why is that the case? And what are the steps that you think can be done, other than those that you've already mentioned, that can instill that confidence back into the voter?
Prior to the results of the recount and the audit of the 2020 election, I've never had a complaint about the way that the election process has been managed. I do a follow-up after the election with the checklist people, the town clerk's office, my deputy moderator, to go over things, how we can improve it for the next time around. This particular time, we received a letter of 11 items that we were, 11-page letter of items that which we did not comply. You using that as a learning experience for the town election, we began implementing those infractions that were pointed out. I hang out at a local restaurant in Windham. It's a microcosm of area towns. And people there voice their opinions on any one of a number of things. And they have never said, we think you have run a fraudulent election. In fact, they've said, you've run an excellent election. And I have to say, it's just not me. I put together And that's part of the whole thing, put together a good team of individuals that can work together and begin processing early before the election, because you have to identify ballot clerks, checklist supervisors, all sorts of people that will be needed. So getting back to your question, I'm sorry to digress, Mr. Swett. I have not had anyone come up to me and say you're a fraud, or have done fraudulent things.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, panelists.
Ma'am.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Judy Stragolitis. I'm a supervisor of the checklist in Derry. And I think the reason local officials, there weren't more local officials signed up to testify was that we didn't know there was a process for doing it. We hadn't been notified officially about the commission. And anyway, I wanted to mention on the subject of the Windham audit, many of the election officials that I see here today, including myself, volunteered on the Windham audit. We did the grunt work so that only elected election officials from towns other than Windham touched ballots. And it was a very rigorous, professionally run process, secured by the Attorney General. And if people don't have confidence in that, it was the most transparent. There were 4 cameras on us all the time. Everything was done to the camera. Questions were answered in real time. So if people don't have confidence in the results of that, then there's really not much you can do to persuade them, and it's not a fact-based approach. I think the best educational tool that we've had was the Secretary of State's Advisory Committee on CARES Act funds, that chaired by Mr. Cook. Because there was 6 or 7 people on the commission that really did not know the ins and outs of elections. And through that process, you learned more than you ever wanted to know about all kinds of things. And it really actually helped election officials connect with each other and get issues resolved that we had questions about. So I think those are still online if anybody wants to learn more about elections from that. I understand that the purpose of the commission is to look into whether voters have confidence in the election system and election results. And I hope you'll consider the evidence that voters this spring in particular have expressed confidence in how elections are run in New Hampshire and in the results. There's always the swirl of baseless claims about election integrity make news. But the facts are that New Hampshire voters have confidence in our hand-marked paper ballots, the ability to recount everything by hand, and local election officials. There was a big push to eliminate voting machines last year, that the optical scanners are somehow affecting outcomes. The audit proved that that's not the case, and there was a movement to get get on the ballot in town elections to eliminate voting machines. 90% of New Hampshire's voters have their ballots counted by voting machines. In Greenland, which was a test case, it was in December 2021, they had to hold a special election on a Saturday, and they printed 500 ballots because that's what they expected to turn out, and they ended up printing 700 more that day. And it was 1,100 to, I think, 100, in 90% in favor of keeping the optical scanners. And this was after the Windham audit was completed. It was on a lot more town ballots this spring, and then every one of us defeated, because people have confidence in the optical scanners, and they have confidence in our elections. If there's a close election, then there's a recount, and all the recounts are hand counts. In towns that had issues in 2020, like Windham and Bedford, voters came out in overwhelming numbers and re-elected Peter Griffin as moderator over one of the founders of the Voter Integrity Project. He got 70% of the vote. So if voters weren't happy, they had a chance to elect somebody else, and they didn't. The same with the Windham Town Clerk was re-elected last year, unopposed. And they also lost the referendum to eliminate vote counting machines, lost overwhelmingly in Windham. In Bedford, turnout went from 20% to 32%. The candidate for town moderator, who had been an assistant moderator in 2020, he won, and the incumbent supervisor of the checklist was also unopposed, and she was elected. And the same with Derry, which has been, we haven't had issues with our counts, but we've had a lot of activists in town concerned about the accuracy of elections. And yet, the town moderator and the town clerk were unopposed. Turnout went up, doubled, and I was re-elected 2-1 over a person who's more of an election skeptic, who's on the House Election Law Committee. So I think that the voters have shown confidence across the state in all these local elections, and I hope that the commission will consider that as evidence that the allegations of voter fraud or election fraud are being made by a vocal minority that doesn't represent the facts, and the majority who are coming out overwhelmingly to support the election system we have. Thank you.
Yes.
Just on the, in regard to Windham, thank you for helping with the recount and with that audit. Again, having this beautiful room to do a lot of it is fantastic. Again, I don't believe anyone, we had some testimonies last month about fraud. No one is saying fraud in that testimony, but there are discrepancies, and that was proven that there were discrepancies. And that's what I'd like people to acknowledge, that no one's saying fraud. People did a good job.
I would say people are saying fraud.
And that's what this commission is trying to help with, is that showing people that there's proven discrepancies with the machine. That is what people need to understand, that no one purposely put a line through her name.
Right.
But there was a true discrepancy.
But there were other issues other ways that could have possibly been avoided, that were recommended by the advisory committee that the Secretary of State didn't adopt, such as having flat absentee ballots. The advisory committee, I believe, had a proposal that included paying prepaid postage to return flat ballots. And so that was an option. And another thing is that in other states, overvotes are shunted aside. If that was the case in New Hampshire, Windham would have known that day that instead of just having, a handful of ballots shunted aside for write-in votes, that there was an overwhelming number of votes, and they would have done a hand count that night, and it wouldn't have ever been an issue for the state to discover at the hand recount. But I think that shows the Windham process. Yes, there was an issue, clearly. And we need to use that as ways to improve the system, and I think that's something the Secretary of State is looking at and has been addressing. And I think it shows that the system worked. It was such an anomaly that the legislature authorized an audit, which I'm from the town where our moderator did risk limiting audits and was sanctioned by the state. The town was sanctioned by the state for that, because she felt she couldn't sign off on an election without having checked that the machine was counting accurately.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other local officials before we get to the public? Yes. Okay, I got it.
Joan Dargy, Town Clerk in Milford. I'm just going to say a couple of things just to reiterate what the previous moderators had mentioned. For us to improve on the election process, I think the education is key. One of the things that came to light to me this week was that all of a sudden people started showing up in Town Hall to change their party affiliation. And that was because there was some PR done on WMUR where they made a notification that they let everybody know that if they needed to do a party change, they had to do it by May 1st. So we've been seeing quite a few people, and that just made me think that, some public relations like that from the Secretary of State's office on things that affect all of us would be a great benefit to the education, because we do as much as we can. We have signs everywhere, we put it on our website, but so many people don't go to the website. They don't, if they're not registering their car, they're not coming to Town Hall that month, so they don't know. So PR would be great. Then the second thing that I would also like to just back up is the pre-processing was wonderful. And as far as absentee ballot goes, what we've seen since 2020 and COVID allowing absentee ballots, we didn't see an uptick in our town elections on absentees, because in New Hampshire, voting is a social event. And I can't tell you how many people told me when they were filling out an absentee, they didn't want to do absentees during COVID because they like seeing their neighbors and they like having that, because you see people you haven't seen for 15 or 20 years, depending on what time you come in during the day. So, but the pre-processing of the absentees, certainly I agree with what Jonathan was saying, that by being able to do it in a room separate. Unfortunately, in Milford, we didn't know how many people were going to show up, and a lot of people showed up, which made me very nervous during COVID. But everybody could hear. As they were rejecting ballots for a mistaken ballot, I got the name and the phone number, and I immediately took the form and went in the office and called people. And just like I think Derry and Londonderry mentioned, people came in that day and corrected their ballot. Most of it was they signed on the wrong side of the affidavit envelope, or they forgot to sign the affidavit envelope, or they forgot to put the ballot in the affidavit envelope. And then we just push it aside and hand it to them when they walk in the door. So by being able to do that was wonderful. So many people were extremely appreciative of doing that. And then the other thing, my other third top thing that was mentioned was the overvotes. The whole Windham thing would have been totally avoided if the machine just rejected the overvotes, and then we did hand count later. It's in Massachusetts, they actually, with the new machines, ballot counting devices, they actually push the ballot out, and the person can take that ballot back. And I had a conversation with one of the election officials there, and I said, because, how do you explain what the person's done wrong? But the machine on the screen it'll say, you have overvoted in race number 28, and you need to take that ballot back and look at it. My concern was, I don't want to see somebody's ballot, so I don't want to be the one telling them how they need to correct that ballot. But just the fact, if the machines, never mind give it back to the voter, just flip it over into another side of the machine would be tremendous. And then my fourth thing on here is drop boxes. Because of the increase in the absentee ballots, there were so many people calling, where could they drop them off, on their way home from work or whatever. I mean, we had a little drop box in our vestibule that did have a camera on it, because technically, somebody has to monitor, it has to be a monitored box. But technically, if you were monitoring, then you just have somebody there, and then you might as well just hand it to the person. But we were in our office, and if people had to run out, there was a camera that could see if somebody was throwing fire bombs in there or something. I don't know. Then the last thing is that, and Brad, Chairman Cook is familiar, we were looking at new, and I want to just reiterate what Pete Bassler said, is we were looking at new ballot counting machines. And having a pilot program for that is just huge, and Milford is right on board with that.
Don't worry, we're getting there. We're getting there.
We're very excited about that. We want to be in line to help with that. And then the only other thing I want to make a comment is our moderator in Milford, and as all of these moderators, they do a tremendous amount of training for our election officials. I think Pete probably trains 200 people for a presidential election. And what I find in Milford is we've had so many people go through the training with Pete that it makes everybody so much more comfortable. And so we had very little disgruntled, people not trusting our elections. And I think it's because there are so many that are involved. And that's the thing, is getting more of your constituents involved, and it goes a long way to making them feel comfortable about how we're voting.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Catherine Prudhomme O'Brien. I'm a state representative from Derry. I'm one of the 10. Yesterday I was on the phone with someone trying to fix a problem we have in town, and I was speaking to a woman from a social services agency, and later on in the conversation I told her who I was, that I was a state representative, and she said, "Oh, we know you. Oh, we all know you." So we do keep track of who our state representatives are, apparently. And then she told me it was a good thing. She said it was a good thing. I don't know where she was going with that, but I got started being interested in election issues even after I was a state representative. I became a state representative.
Just one question. Are you a local election official?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Okay, but I am on the election law committee, and something did come up. I wasn't expecting to speak today, but some issues just came up that I would like to talk about. And one of them, some of them were in 2016, when I ran, I noticed there were a lot of election irregularities. And I wasn't alone in that. There were about 4 other members of the community that came, and we spoke to the Secretary of State at the time, to Deputy Secretary of State, and eventually there was an investigation, and the election in Derry had to be babysat, that's what I call it, by members of the Secretary of State's office and by people from the AG's office. And the next election had to be overseen. And I was shocked by that. And we see that again happening in Windham. And one of the things that brought me to that place was reading the book that Ms. Zink held up when I was going through the election. I had questions. People in the community had questions. We all got together, started talking about them, and we started reading that book much more precisely. I was not on election law at the time. I was in a different committee prior to that. I think the best way that we can solve these problems that we have is to have more interest by the community to do that exact same thing. When people start coming to me with concerns about election issues, the first thing I try to ascertain is, are they even talking about New Hampshire? Because, like a previous speaker talked about, sometimes people mix up different states. They think that they can vote absentee with a California ballot in New Hampshire, or they mix up something that they've heard in a different area, and they think that this is happening here, when elections are done so individually, state by state. The only things that apply in New Hampshire are New Hampshire laws. bringing up those issues in 2016 that we had was not being an election skeptic, or maybe it was, whatever it is. I was just with a group of people at the time trying to get facts, trying to find out what was happening, and trying to be fair to all involved. Okay, there was no axe to grind. I'm just trying to advocate for what was best for my community. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that's what citizens deserve. I think our current town moderator does an excellent job with informing people, and I see her post constantly on social media. Every time something's coming up, she does an excellent job with bringing that up and advertising that, and that is a way many people are communicating now, so that's terrific. And I like the idea that the moderator from Milford previously brought up, where he spoke about the creation of videos or that kind of educational material to inform the public. I think that's excellent, because so many people are going to social media. Wouldn't it be terrific for that to be coming from town moderators or from the Secretary of State's office? Those sorts of things, that's how people learn and get their information now. So that would be great. I would love to see that. And I would love to see more people involved, and more people, another thing I tell people to do when they complain to me or they have questions, I tell them to get a copy of that book. It's free from the Secretary of State's office. I hand them out as much as I can to people in the community, and I tell them to go to the polls with that book, and then if you have a question, just look up the answer. And if you have more questions beyond that, you can feel free to call the Attorney General's toll-free number they have that on election days. Then I always offer to help figure it out as well. When I'm there at the polls, I bring that book with me to the polls. I walk around with that book. I have it in my bag every time I'm at any polling location. And if more people are doing that, we wouldn't be having as many problems as we do. And are there any questions?
Questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
You implied that you had asked questions, but you didn't feel there was appropriate responses, or you didn't feel respected, or could you clarify that a little bit?
The answer to that question would be dependent on who I had been asking questions of. I had asked questions in general about the election when it was happening, and I was seeing things that I didn't think were in adherence to state law, so I kept asking questions. I spoke to the Secretary of State regarding those. And then myself and some other citizens, we asked for an investigation, and that showed that those were some deficiencies. I was really embarrassed about that, and I'm glad things have improved so much in Derry since then.
Questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Other local election officials? She's been raising her hand for a long time.
Thank you.
I just pointed to the general election, everybody gets it.
Thank you. My name is Josie Ewing, and I'm the town clerk of Plymouth, New Hampshire.
Of
Plymouth, New Hampshire.
Plymouth.
I came here, and I was sitting down thinking of how I wanted to approach my discussion, or how I was going to present what I have to say to you today. And I think I want to start by discussing what 2020 looked like for me in my town. 2020 was my first year as the elected town clerk. I was deputy town clerk for a few years prior to that. So I went from an experienced deputy town clerk to becoming acting town clerk at the end of 2019, to running to fulfill the position as town clerk in 2020. So I went from experienced deputy to the official town clerk. And then all of a sudden, I had to become a super clerk. 2020 did not change the responsibilities that clerks face, but it drastically changed how we implement those responsibilities and follow through on them. It was a difficult year. The doors shut down immediately at the Plymouth Town Hall with no consideration for my services that my office offers to the public. Through many meetings, unfortunately, the decision or answer remained the same, that we have to protect ourselves against the outside. And the outside meant COVID. So I remember a conversation I had with one of the strongest women I have in my life, my mother, and she said, well, it sounds like you have to make lemonade with lemons. So I brought elections outside to residents. I provide curbside services. I provided voter registration drives and absentee ballot drives, both in front of the town hall. And I also recruited these efforts with the university. Plymouth State University is in town. I made my phone number public so people could gain access to me. And it wasn't an easy year. We did see an increase in absentee ballot requests, which was to be expected. But in my town, in most offices, clerks are the sole providers for absentee ballots and are the only individuals who input that information. And I should correct myself that it is only town clerks and their deputies who do this. Most nights I was working close to 8 p.m., sometimes 10 p.m., depending on the flow that was coming into my office. I was working 55 hours a week, potentially. And that was okay because that was my responsibility and that's why I chose to run for the position I did. So the reason why I'm sharing this story is that clerks, moderators, supervisors of the checklist are not self-serving. We don't self-serve. In fact, the night before an election, I had a resident who was disabled say to me that she couldn't get into her car for the election. She had a ballot and she couldn't get to me the next day. So I drove in the middle of a storm to her house. I knocked on a door. I was afraid I was at the wrong home. And she politely invited me in to hand me her absentee ballot, which I returned back to the office immediately. So Dan Healy he spoke earlier, and he inquired why an election official was not on this committee. And I agree with him. We should be on this committee. We should be asked to because we are not self-serving individuals. We are giving individuals, and we're knowledgeable. We practice state law at the local level, and democracy begins at this level. And so I think it would be of service to this commission to invite one person, one election official to join you. Now I want to get into some suggestions if there aren't any questions yet. Okay. So in terms of absentee voting, I do think there are some improvements we can make. Access, I don't believe there should be an excuse to acquire an absentee ballot. The majority of absentee voters in the town of Plymouth tend to be elderly. They have a reason why they can't be there on election day, maybe because they have a disability that prevents them from being there. And then there's also working families in town who may be commuting to Concord. Sure, they can hop on to 93 to get back in time, but there's that rush. I don't think it's appropriate that a person in front of me look at the checkbox disability and ask me, well, I have so-and-so, does that count for a disability? I typically try not to engage in those conversations because I trust the person in front of me understands what they're agreeing to and what they're signing. But a lot of people end up laughing at it in my office because they don't believe that it should be an excuse to request, or they should have an excuse to request an absentee ballot. They think that should be just a given right. Because Joan's correct, the majority of people treat election day as a social gathering, as a social event. And if they're requesting an absentee ballot, it's because they certainly cannot be there and they have other obligations. I'd like to see absentee ballots be pre-folded before they come into our hands. It takes a lot of time to fold ballots. When our clerks are very resourceful individuals, it just takes their time away from running their offices instead of having to fold ballots for a good amount of the day, depending on the population. So that's one change I'd like to see if that's doable. I like the idea of a drop box located in the town clerk's office. That would certainly be manned. I disagree with having drop boxes available outside because there were problems with that were addressed by the news media. Another issue I'd like to discuss is the recruitment of election workers, poll workers. I think towns have to get very savvy in how they recruit people to work on election day. 2020 highlighted a lot of those problems because the majority of our poll workers are elderly and have been doing this work for a long time. But we agreed they shouldn't put their health on the line to support us on election day. So I had to target new voters. Or new residents in town. Most of them were young working families, and once one spouse signed up, I somehow was able to get the other spouse to help. But I think that's an area where possibly the Secretary of State's office could have a webinar training for clerks to discuss different strategies that we could use to recruit people to serve as ballot workers. Next, I wanted to talk about not SB3. I'm not for SB3. I did testify on behalf of the state on the ease of the form because it was front and back. Today, we're using multiple affidavits. We have the domicile and the qualified voter affidavit. Both are fairly similar forms. They can be redundant for individuals to sign. How long does it take someone to register to vote with multiple forms? It can take a long time. It can take upwards of 10 minutes, possibly more, depending on the person who's sitting in front of us. A front and back page form would be more efficient for us. It reduces the amount of paperwork. It consolidates all of that information onto one single page document, and it's more efficient. And lastly, I suppose what I'd have to say is that I think it would, what I would like to see is that the state work with their public school systems. Universities do not have to work with town and city clerks. I poked and poked, and I was poked by other state officials to contact the university, and I did for a long time. And at first there was not a response, and finally I was able to ensure that we would have multiple on-campus voter registration drives and absentee ballot request drives. And you may be wondering why this is good. Well, let me start with democracy is by the people, and we do it for the people. So students have the right to vote. They can claim domicile in our towns and cities. And what can we do, what can election officials do prior to election day to eliminate the wait times that currently exist for those students and for other residents in our towns? That is to get students pre-registered prior to election day. We want to encourage that in our communities. It makes a drastic difference in experience for residents in our communities. And that's it.
I'm glad you're here because challenges of the college communities in New Hampshire are unique, and you're one of them. Hanover, Durham, folks at the London, different places. What is your, and I understand you haven't been clerk forever, but have you had times when the outpouring of students coming, apropos of your last comment, really clogged up the process?
In Plymouth, where we have a population of upwards of 7,000 during the year, and students typically vote at the height of an election, which is the presidential election, and they do come in waves. Residents in Plymouth are strategic. They come first thing in the morning. However, we see waves, 2 to 3 waves, where the college will bus students over to the school because they may not have the transportation to get to the elementary school. And that's a kind favor that they do for us and to their for students at PSU. But yes, we do see waves. It does affect, of course, residents who are waiting in line. But what also affects that is the majority of those students are new voters. And they're coming in to register to vote. And the process takes an upwards of 10, maybe more minutes for people to register to vote currently because of the amount of paperwork. That's.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, my name is Nicole Merrill. Today I'm speaking on behalf of my association, the Town Clerks Association in New Hampshire, and I'm also capable of providing a local perspective for my town, Windham. So happy to help you, and thank you for providing this forum for all of us. I have some notes. From the voters' point of view, some of the things that I hear on the front lines are confusion with the absentee ballots in early voting, especially crossing over state lines. So just making sure the media coverage is precise and dedicated to the New Hampshire residents, so they have the most precise information to them. So the media having a better partnership with public engagement on that factor. But as we know, that there's a lot of generational changes that are occurring in New Hampshire and all over the board with the turnover. In our point of view, the town clerks, we have about 100 to 200 new town and deputy clerks throughout the state, and that's not including supervisors or moderators. So there is a huge changeover, and I know that education is number one, to make sure that they're receiving that important education, that we're executing the proper processes in the RSAs. So I think that should definitely be in the forefront, and then firming up the local officials and the state's communication factor. I think that that is a major goal, I think, for Secretary Sandlin as well. I think in the public world, when you're putting yourself in a voter's shoes, a lot of questions are, do I have to come in? Can I take this form away for voter registration? So we have a lot of inquiries about online voter registration and if there's a secure mechanism for that. So if it's done in a protective manner, in a secure environment, I think that that should be an option to look into there. I also agree with the party change deadline and having it more closer, more reasonable to a primary, and then perhaps having an auto return to undeclared. If they're going into the election and participating as an undeclared, they should have the option to return to undeclared automatically. If there's a mechanism to provide push text notifications with links to our voters. We do capture a lot of this information statewide with emails and cell phones. Everyone has a cell phone now. Why not use that and provide push text notifications and then the link for more information to engage them a little bit more. I just think that this is an opportunity for us to, kind of look at different processes, our election law book, and find out where we can have efficiencies and spread out, these processes in a more responsible manner. And just identifying roles and potential consolidation of the processes within the law. And then just making sure that all the local officials are receiving all the materials needed to execute the election well in advance, maybe in the beginning of the year, and then taking a look at inventory and whatnot as we get closer. So also for the election official, for suggestions, provide a working group indefinitely for election law with the appropriate stakeholders, looking at every detail in the process and apply a logistical approach with efficiencies and transparency. And then the Secretary of State's office just being more hands-on in all processes related to election, and maybe provide a local consultant or a liaison to assist in that, especially in the local aspect for local elections. And then I'd love to see an option in our ElectionNet, our voter registration system that we use, if there's a way to scan in voter registrations and having it more automated and being able to, use the capability that the system has available. And I understand that they are looking at different softwares. They have an RFP out, and so we're looking forward to having more capability there. So in addition to the pre-process, which I do agree, I also believe that the local officials try to do whatever they can and work with local organizations. In my case, I worked with my local women's club, the women's business group, and we had a question, just a session about information about elections. And I think just having the capability of live streaming testing and any recounts that occur, making sure that that is broadcasted as well. And just finding additional tools and resources to enhance our outreach as municipalities would be beneficial. But I think the important thing is just making sure that we not only address what's happening, but look at the big picture and the growth with our state, because we're growing everywhere. And there's a different dynamic coming into our state now, and we want to, we definitely want to make sure that we're providing these services for our New Hampshire citizens that have been here, but also the new ones that are used to out of state and their different election processes as well. So it's kind of just making sure we look at the big picture. But that is what I can provide you from a bird's point of view in my position. Any questions?
Yeah, you said you wanted the Secretary of State to be more hands-on. Could you clarify what you mean by that?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it this last rotation for elections. They have definitely been putting out more webinars for the local officials. I've never seen one on the local election piece, like specifically talking about deliberative session and things like that. So I know that a lot of the clerks really enjoyed that, and having those capabilities of having the webinar and the on-demand option are huge right now. So if we have those tools available at all times consistently, then we can do it at night. We can do it whenever we want, not when we're at work either. So I think he's working on it for sure.
Questions? Thank you. Any other local election officials? Yes, ma'am.
Hi there, Mr. Cook and fellow board members. So my name is Lisa Dufort. I am the town clerk in Newport, New Hampshire. So we've been talking to a lot of the larger towns. So I'm from the western side of the state and kind of representing a lot of the smaller towns. So Newport we're a bigger, smaller town. We're about 63 to 6,400 residents, and currently on the checklist, just under 3,700. Several things that have come up, questions that the panel has had. As far as education, and one of the big questions with how do we mandate it. Speaking from my office, I am the only full-time member of my office. Typically, it is myself full-time at 35 hours, so I'm 4 days a week in the office. I have typically a deputy who works part-time 24 hours, and I typically have an assistant that works part-time 24 hours, and we manage to cover our office that is open 5 days a week. So I know a lot of our neighbors, Croydon, Unity, they have a real hard time even finding a new clerk. I know Croydon searched for years. She had to pretty much recruit somebody to run to replace her. They're part-time, they don't have full-time hours. So I think one of the big things going forward with education is the most recent education that we got that was given as on-demand webinars that were then recorded that we could go in and listen to, I think is crucial. It was hugely helpful for myself. I logged in, but was by myself in the office on Thursdays and Fridays, so I had like a line of people across the room, and I was listening, but I couldn't really actively listen or participate, but I listened to those webinars multiple times, walking my dog or over the weekend when I was driving somewhere. It made it super helpful. And I know for a lot of the smaller towns in our area, that is going to be a huge thing going forward. If we can get the trainings, even when they go out on the road, somehow voice recorded so that they are in there and we can listen to them from time to time. That's been hugely helpful. So in our small town, we did move over to an AccuVote machine. We were from what I understand from my predecessor, we were the largest hand count town, still kind of hanging out there back in 2012, and that was my first election to help her at. And we, at that time, we were still hand count. We didn't leave that our office until 5:45 in the morning. It was an incredible eye-opener. So we had moved into using an AccuVote machine. So we do testing. It's open. We've actually started inviting people from both parties to come in and take a look. Some of the more active people in our town. We invite, they don't always show up. We do have it posted on our website. We have it posted as we're supposed to in multiple places in our town. We've considered live streaming testing. We haven't done that as of yet. And I know there was discussion about possibly doing further education with regards to elections, how to register, and we've done that in the past. We used to have before the pandemic, we had a very vibrant NCTV, local community television, multiple programs. I know I've spoken on there multiple times, being invited in when we would have upcoming general election or midterm elections, how do people register to vote. That was a big improvement. What I'm not sure how to do though going forward, and that would be an easy fix, we can start that back up again, is I'm not sure how to reach the young people. I think somehow on social media is going to be the thing, but I also really like the idea of somehow getting this into the civics classes that are in school. They know they have to, the public schools have to teach about New Hampshire government. I remember from when I was a youngster growing up in New Hampshire, we would visit the State House. I think it's important to bring that into, as they're getting into the upper grades, to educate them. somehow more. Maybe that's, you know, inviting local officials in to talk about it. We're the ones who do the work. So if you guys have any questions for me at being a little town.
Recording in progress.
I don't have a comment, but before we get to the, I just want you to know my father graduated from Toll High School.
Oh.
And I spent my youth going to this little sweet shop and visiting Sam Sayonis' classmates, so Newport's a great place.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing the small town perspective. Newport's not that small a town compared to a lot of places. And I do think it's going to be incumbent on us to go up north and get some of that feedback. But I think that you mentioned about the mandatory training, and that came up earlier, and I think we're in a sort of a dilemma, because I think one of the powers of our system is that we have local elected officials from the towns. But once they're elected, how do you mandate it? So I think it's just constantly, how do you make the training more attractive? But I don't know if we can mandate it if we're going to have local officials. Yeah, if we're going to impose who those people are from the top down, then you could mandate it. But that's sort of a dilemma. But I think it's on us to how do we make it more appealing, more available, more accessible, etc. So thank you.
Any questions?
Can I have one more thing that I didn't think to mention? So a lot of these small towns that are kind of over in our wing and also up north in the North Country, many of these clerks this is their full-time job. So to be honest, I don't know how they can possibly retain and listen to and get educated as well. I'm not sure how to help them. You know, they're not in their offices. You know, they may have a few hours a day. So I think going forward, talking to them, trying to, we do the same thing in with our trainings with our local New Hampshire State Town Clerks Association, trying to figure out how to educate. It's also come up within our association, you know, can we assist from office to office, but our elections are all on the same day, so that poses an issue also. But you know, I think going forward, having that training as a on-demand sort of thing that we can all you know, access and listen to when we have free time, that's huge. So thank you for your time.
I want to thank you for your testimony and for your time, and you bring back memories from my days in public service. I used to always go to all the schools around the state when I was traveling in the district, and then when I served as ambassador to Denmark, and I was struck by the fact that the Danish kids knew more about our electoral system and our democracy than our own children did. And I think that we've heard so many people give testimony not only today but in the previous meetings, and I'm sure that they will come in the future ones as well. But that is absolutely the key to making our system work. And in Denmark, they have a 90% turnout for elections. It's not mandatory. It's not a raffle. It's not an election process, except that it's the same as ours, but they have a much stronger commitment to the community and to supporting that community through the elections. And so I appreciate you spending as much time on the educational components as you did, because I think it's extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other local election officials? Yes, sir. I think this is the last hand I've seen. But you never know.
Thank you for including me, even though I didn't sign up. My name is Bob Romerell. I'm the moderator for the town of New Ipswich and the local school district. I'm in my fifth term, so we're working on year 9 right now. I want to thank you all for allowing me to speak today. So New Ipswich is one of the smaller towns. It's similar to Newport. We have about 3,500 voters and a population of around 5,500. In my opinion, one of the biggest issues that you have to combat is disinformation. And that's easy to say and really hard to fix. Everybody knows about Windham. Not so many people know the results. Certainly everyone here today knows what the results were. There were recommendations made, what the issues were in the process on election day. But we don't have anything to point to that says we've remedied that. So we could say we have recommendations, but I know of none that we've implemented yet. And so there's really nothing to combat Windham because we haven't taken any action. So I think that's one of the big challenges. Yes, there were mistakes made, but there's ways to fix those things, but we haven't taken any action to correct any of those things. So, and then there's guilt by association. Dominion machines had issues somewhere else. Well, Dominion owns LHS now, and they're the machines that we use here in New Hampshire. So again, how to combat that? Whether a new technology and a new process will make that happen, I don't know. I don't have any great suggestions on how to fix these problems, but certainly voter education is key in this, and being very open and forthwith about the technology that we do use is extremely important. So as a new machine or machines get approved, hopefully in the near future, I look forward to being part of the process to explain to the voters how we got here and what's good about this. Because certainly staying until 6 a.m. to count votes is not what I signed up for. And I don't think we'll have as good a results. And I think, as Pete pointed out, when you do a single item recount, we're able to show that there's a very high degree of accuracy in the use of technology. And we need to make the public more aware of that. And I just want to point out, we do have 7 elections in just over the next 18 months. So if we had newer technology to get onto, that would be great. So that's all I have to say. I'll answer any questions.
I'm the only one here that has to work on that one, and we're working on it, but I hear you.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions?
Mr. Chairman, if I could just respond briefly. The legislature has been busy addressing some of the issues that were specifically related to Windham. They're not really public yet, but one of them is rejecting overvotes, an overvoted ballot where it would just go in the side bin and be counted at the end of the night by hand, which would have accommodated the situation that actually occurred in Windham, so that it would have been picked up. Those false overvotes would have been properly counted. 2, the legislature is requiring that the long tapes be printed off the machines at the end of the night, and that they all get sent to the Secretary of State's office, so we have a record from each town. The people that are interested can go and peruse. And then there are a couple of bills that passed the legislature that would create some kind of a post-election audit on the machines, which hopefully will add some confidence to the results.
Thank you. I guess that hasn't been publicized.
Not yet.
So we can't fight the disinformation without it. So yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just more broadly, we've heard from a number of local election officials today. I think you could multiply the number that testified by almost 1,000. That's how many we have around the state, and they all are elected or appointed locally. They really run the elections on the day of the election. We couldn't have solid elections without them. But there are all types of personalities involved, and it's a very human process as a result. And because our process is fairly open and observable, all of our warts are just hanging out there. And so mistakes were made, and because of the transparency, it is you know, those imperfections are very noticeable. And unfortunately, local election officials, when there is a human error or mistake, take the full brunt of you know, what happens. There was a clerk up in Bradford, I think, at one point when in a presidential primary, when one of the candidates was on the ballot, had a very active group, and the town clerk, when filling out the return of votes, simply forgot to enter the votes that person received on the ballot. And when that became public the next day, that, you know, the clerk was receiving all kinds of threats, and it was a very unfortunate situation for just an oversight. And you know, we have to help people understand that you know, these people there might be a little more than volunteers, but you know, they are already overworked. We have to be careful about creating new laws that put more requirements on local election officials, just to help them maintain their sanity, much less stay on the job. Because if we overwork them, we're not going to have people to do the job down the road. Yeah, I mean, I'm thankful that we have people like that around the state that are willing to participate in their public service and civic responsibility, and I hope that we can continue that.
Mr. Chairman? Yes. Yeah, that comment speaks to the sort of the paradox of transparency, doesn't it? We want transparency, we want to encourage transparency, but sometimes transparency gets abused, perhaps, or jammed up somebody's you-know-what. And how do we incentivize transparency? I think that's a question that for us to try to, in this day of social media and whatnot, I think that's an issue for us to grapple with a little bit.
Witness is not going to solve these problems.
I want to thank you for your service as a moderator, but also for raising the question about disinformation and how we combat that disinformation, because I think you're right with the disassociation, like problems might not have occurred in New Hampshire, might have occurred elsewhere, but we're associated with some of those problems because the ownership of the company. And I think that we all need to collectively raise our voices to not repeat a lot of the disinformation that's being heard, but to inoculate and give the correct information out about how elections are run and that there is safety and security in those. And I think that I would love your thoughts after this about how collectively, between moderators and your moderator listservs, between the Secretary of State, between other stakeholders, how can we make sure that the correct information is being distributed and maximize as much effort in combating disinformation as we can?
I think certainly one of the things we talked about education, if we can have a consistent set of videos that we can share through our town websites that everybody else would see everywhere else in the state. I think that's an important thing to take advantage of, as well as locally developed content, so that people recognize the local circumstance, whether this is where you go to register to vote, or this is where you go to vote for the election, things like that need to be customized to the local environment, but also common things that everybody would see. And I also want to thank Secretary Scanlon for the training that happened this past winter. It was a really great set of webinars that were conducted, and I think it's very useful to keep those updated.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So you're going to take a 5-minute break between the first part and the second part of this. And we will be back at, actually, after the break, we will be back at 20. Or something. We lost some. Must be a line.
Recording in
All
progress.
right, the second half is public testimony. One thing this committee has said, and we mean, is that we're not going to shut down at a particular time and we'll let everybody talk who wants to talk. That being said, if what you have said, want to say, has already been said by you or somebody else, repeating it doesn't necessarily make it more true. If you have testified before here and you only have something additional to add, you're welcome. If you have submitted things in writing to us, you do not have to read it to us. We can read. So we'd appreciate anybody who's already submitted testimony, either email or whatever, pointing out that they have done so and asking if there are any questions. With that said, we will go. I have a couple of people who have to drive a long way and have asked for special consideration for going out of order a little bit. And so, because I'm determined I get to do that. It's not picking favorites, it's because some people have a long way to go. So with that, Senator Burling, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, it is a pleasure to see you all. My name is Peter Burling. I reside in Cornish, New Hampshire, and I'm not currently a municipal officer, but for 20 years I was the school district moderator. For 36 years I was the town moderator. I was a state representative for 14 years and a state senator for 4. And I mention that simply because the first thing I'd like to say is I believe it's incredibly important that the people of New Hampshire begin to understand the full scope of our system of election. And if you've run for office, as Senator Splaine, you and I both have, and Senator Merrill, you know that it's not just the process of casting a ballot. It's election day, it's recounts, it's recounts of recounts, it's going to the Ballot Law Commission. We have a system in place, which is a comprehensive and incredibly efficient system for ensuring that people who run for office get a fair shot, as the Constitution requires. They get a fair shot at getting elected. And my experience for 40 years has been win or lose, and I did both. I always knew that the election process was fair, there was no thumb on the scale, and that I could trust the people of either Senate District 8, Sullivan County 1, Senate District 5, would have their votes counted and registered, and that they would choose a winner. And so that said, I encourage the notion of we need to, what's the word, open the eyes of our populace to the breadth of our system of running elections. And then I would, if I may, just slip briefly into the world of John Lennon and ask you all, imagine what it would be like if the state actually funded election workers at the local level. I'm astonished, but not surprised, that the wonderful town of Newport, New Hampshire has a single clerk who's there full-time, but even her full-time is 4 days. I know in the little town of Cornish, 1,700 population, I don't know how many are currently on the checklist. We have a clerk who's there Tuesday afternoon 5 to 7, Wednesday 12 to 2, Saturday. But really, if we care about what these municipal officials are doing, isn't it incumbent upon the state maybe to kick in a little something?
We seem to be doing a very good job of changing state laws on a regular basis to increase their workload. That's point one. And point two, imagine how it would be if everybody who ran for the legislative branch or the executive branch in this state upheld the notion that our election system is fair and efficient and accurate. Now I'm talking about, I left the legislature in 2008, and it hadn't really broken at that point. But the wave now has clearly broken, and whether you call it the big lie or something else, the art of running for office by attacking the foundations of our electoral system has got to stop. It is so contrary to all the democratic principles, all the values that we say we share. It's time for people to stand up and knock it off. And I'm talking about both parties. We need to get back to that point, which was very much the case when I first entered the legislature, where you win or you lose. If there was a question, and I remember the race I ran against Merrill, one of my dearest friends, when I thought he'd beat me by 7 votes and I could get him on the recount, but he ran ahead strongly in the recount to 11 votes and carried the day. I didn't complain about it. There's a photograph of the two of us at the end of that recount. I'm a lot younger, and he's still with us in the photograph. But we're both smiling, shaking hands, and that's the way we left that day. We need to go back there. And that requires political leadership. And to the extent that there is a way in which we can get that message out there, we need to do it. And finally, Representative Teschner, you said something right at the start, which I just wanted to echo, and then I'll leave you. The people who do the work, as I say, for 36 years, I worked beside them. I was there to 4 a.m. counting ballots with them. They are absolute heroes. They are what makes our system work. And if we can't find the courage to offer them the applause and the support that they deserve and require, then we don't have the right to demand some other form of system. Let's start by acknowledging these folks are exceptional, hardworking. Oh, and by the way, it's in our self-interest, all of us, to make sure that the next generation comes along and steps forward to do the work that they're going to do. Because in 36 years, I lost a lot of people, just human nature. And I'm not convinced that the next couple of generations are going to step forward to get paid nothing, work long hours, and receive death threats on their telephone answering machines. We need to do better, all of us. And I thank you, sir, for giving me the chance to zip out the door.
Questions?
Great to see you all. Thanks again.
I don't have a question, but I just want to say thank you for coming all the way down from Cornish to illuminate us with your thoughts. It's great to see you.
Thank you. It's great to be here. I may just dog you through the rest of the state. As long as I can figure out where you are, I'll show up.
Well, I'm going to keep giving that speech about if you're Barbara Glassman from Nashville. Thank you for writing so legibly, because that wasn't universal on this list. As you will all know when I butcher some of the names.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Barbara Glassman.
I'm going to beg your indulgence. I've already sent this in by email, but I would like so much for the people in the audience to hear it. So, and may I just read these 2 pages, please? Thank you. I moved to Nashua from Pennsylvania in 2012. In 2005, I became the webmaster for a nonpartisan election integrity group trying to convince county commissioners to purchase optical scanners rather than paperless voting machines. We failed. But I've kept posting about election integrity, now on Facebook at Save Our Vote. New Hampshire was one of the first states to adopt computerized voting with its purchase of the AccuVote in the early 1990s. Election security experts recognized the danger. Vote reading had become much easier. All it would take is a few lines of code writing on a memory card. No one wanted to hear it. Neither major political party, nor the media, nor election administrators had any interest in casting doubt on the outcomes of elections. Security experts understood that the best defense against rigging or hacking is hand-counted audits of hand-marked paper ballots. Verified voting has been saying that since 2004. The National League of Women Voters said it in 2009. In New Hampshire in 2009, the Electronic Ballot Counting Device Advisory Committee called for hand-counted audits, saying, this deserves the highest priority. Secretary Gardner's hand-picked experts, Andrew Appel, Ari Hursty, and Ron Revest, testified to the need in 2017 in Manchester. Despite New Hampshire's long, proud history of meticulous manual recounts, Secretary Gardner resisted hand-counted audits. If he hadn't, if he followed his own experts' recommendations, this committee might not have been needed. A publicly observed hand-counted audit would have answered many of New Hampshire voters' questions about the 2020 election, at least in our state. Instead, Secretary Gardner turned to a new high-speed scanner marketed for audits. It will scan the paper ballots and then audit the digital images. How will we even know that the images are accurate copies of the ballots? Only 5 out of every 10,000 ballots will be compared with their images to see if they match. Here's what Professors Andrew Appel and Philip Stark have to say about this. These vendors claim that the images make risk-limiting audits easier to perform because fewer or no paper ballots need to be inspected. That is incorrect. This requires examining at least as many physical ballots as an audit of the paper ballots alone. Which begs the question as to why it wouldn't make more sense to just audit the paper ballots. The convenience of letting the machine do the work of auditing with digital images is very seductive. It allows us to rationalize away the futility of trying to solve an inscrutable software problem by throwing more inscrutable software at it. Suppose Secretary Gardner had proposed abandoning New Hampshire's long tradition of hand recounts in favor of simply running the ballots through a new scanner. Pushback would have been immediate. How would we know which scanner was accurate without a hand recount? We can't know. Yet that is what is offered in Senate Bill 366, machine-counted audits with a new scanner and grossly inadequate verification of ballot image accuracy. By the way, pre- and post-election testing cannot detect every software problem. Computers know what day and time it is. Scanners can be performed well when tested and behave differently on election day. The VW cheating scandal is a perfect illustration. VW software allowed their cars to pass emissions tests only to pollute when not in testing mode. The GOP is the first major political party to recognize the fallibility of software and the need for audits. Unfortunately, a highly publicized audit in Arizona relied on inexperienced, partisan third parties that didn't even have the confidence of some fellow Republicans. Sadly, many Democrats now view audits with suspicion and resistance. So if confidence in New Hampshire elections is to be restored, it will require reversing the trend towards secrecy and instead welcoming public oversight, starting with repeal of the ballot and ballot image exemptions for public records and passage of legislation that would allow moderators to do a verification count at the polls on election night, as in Senate Bill 79, a measure that used to go unchallenged. Routine, mandatory audits would need to be hand-counted and publicly observed delivering the same high standard of proof that New Hampshire recounts provide. Designing an effective audit is a formidable task. It deserves more time and study than legislators alone can spare. I know a few New Hampshire voters who are interested in drafting a plan. I hope their voices will be heard. Thank you for the opportunity to offer suggestions. It's much appreciated. If there are any questions, Jenny Taggart has my email address, and I'd much rather reply in writing. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Eisner.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Mary Eisner.
Speak into the microphone.
My name is, is that better? Yes. Okay. My name is Mary Eisner. I'm here. I live in Derry. I have complete confidence and trust in Derry's voting process. My statement is based on my experience in several elections as a poll worker. These include a ballot clerk confirming signatures on absentee ballots, the counting of absentee ballots, and a photographer for voters who required an affidavit in order to vote due to lack of identification. Additionally, I participated in a ballot recount for a Derry, New Hampshire representative. In all instances, the voting process was conducted in a nonpartisan, organized, and transparent manner. For the above reasons, I have not lost confidence in our New Hampshire voting process. Thank you for your time and attention.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Tripp. Oh. I could read it, but it was tough.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry that I'm left-handed and the pen that they had back there didn't work well for me. You know, I'm a victim. I'm sorry. I don't believe there's an issue with voting. You know, like the senator, I have an election story to tell. For the first time I ran for town council, I lost by 1 vote. And when we got done recounting, I still lost by 1 vote. So obviously the machines were accurate that day. Problems with voting, I think there's 3 basic problems. And people have touched upon that today. The source of the ballots is one of the issues, I believe. You know, when you go to the polling place, you know where the ballots are, and you know where they're going to end up. When you get an absentee ballot, not so much. You know, the ballot goes out someplace, it comes back, and the chain of custody is very fragile. So, you know, it's one of those things that I think that could, if there was going to be an issue, that would be one of the issues. I know that the Windham had was chastised about the machines. Well, the machines are not perfect. You know, you can't forecast everything that's going to happen. I know, having worked several elections, when something would happen with the machines, the people that are watching us, we announced that we were going to open the machines, and because there were issues with them, and one of them would be the absentee ballots. When you run them through the machine, they don't land flat like the ballots that are issued in the polling place, and they jam up the machine, and it's an issue. The other thing is, like, I believe it was 2016 when we had the big election. You know, the machines only hold so many ballots, so you have to, once again, announce you're going to open the machines and empty them. And people see that, and they don't understand what's going on. You know, so it's not disinformation, it's not misinformation. It's simply not knowing why the poll workers are doing what they're doing, and all of a sudden, then the conspiracy theories start. I think probably the biggest problem with possible election issues is determining who votes. I know here in New Hampshire we have same-day registration. That's a rather involved process, and it works pretty well for the most part. But it's difficult to have someone come in, and register the same day, because if they don't know what materials they're supposed to bring in to prove that A, they're a citizen, B, that they live in the town of Derry, and on, then if they can't get registered, then it's a problem. There's discrimination or whatever. There's also a problem, I think, with former residents. If you have someone that lives in a town and moves to Nashua, they should register in Nashua, not be voting in Derry. Same thing with temporary residents, people that come up and are here for one reason or another and they register to vote. I know that we had someone register for Hood Plaza. They use that as their residence, their address. I'm pretty sure no one lives at Hood's Plaza. So that's an issue. I think that the whole rationale behind making it easier to vote only results in having more voters that are uninformed and don't know who and what the candidates stand for. I think that's about all I got to say, but thank you for allowing me to speak.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Al Brandano from Kensington.
If you don't mind, sir, may I pass this over to you?
Is that the same thing?
Yes.
We have one.
Okay. I'll carry it.
And we've had a chance to read it. They were sent out to all of us.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a copy of anything from Mr. Windham.
Don't we have the thing from them?
We do have them and printed them out. We gave them to you at the start of the meeting, which you accepted. From Mal Brandano, but thank you.
Having two would be better than having one. Yeah. Yeah. Got it.
It's not my packet.
It was sent to us several days ago.
It was sent here by email.
Let's get it in print.
All right. Fine. It's not here.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, everybody. I know it's late, and I'll paraphrase. I'm not going to read it into the record. You have it as part of the record. My concern was when I looked at the website that I did not see a recording of the May 13th event, nor did I see any other testimony of the May 13th event. And having it being a committee on confidence, one of the things that concerned me and made me come here today was that it wasn't recorded. But I heard earlier in the meeting that maybe the video is not being produced yet because of caption at the bottom.
Right.
So that's my understanding. I want to be clear about that. That's why I'm here. But I will just pass on the new points here that I did not testify to on the May 13th event. And there is a problem, and the problem is not in voting in New Hampshire. It's not so much misinformation, disinformation. It's about transparency, I think. I think we fixed the problem by being transparent. And one of the gentlemen in the back earlier today, who was, I believe, a town moderator, I think he said it clearly. The one big thing for everybody is trust, right? If we can trust each other and trust what we're doing, it opens it up for everybody. And freedom, right? Free speech is what we must have. We're going to check. It's our duty as citizens to check the policies and procedures and the ongoings of government. That's our job. So I hope that's not being perceived as disinformation. But anyway, quickly, because I know it's late. We do have a problem. We have less than 50% of the population turned out to vote in New Hampshire on March 8th. That's, to me, a problem of eligible voters. So there's a reason for that. And as I said earlier, there were 50 LSRs that were produced by the legislature, from the people to the legislature in 2021-2022 legislative process. And the problem with that was not one, or maybe one, as we heard from maybe the Secretary of State here, is going to make its way through the House and through the Senate and finally, hopefully, to the governor's desk. The alarm was 50 LSRs. People are engaged and they want to see what's going on. So that's not really disinformation that people are doing that. And in the public interest, I really think it would be in your interest as a committee there either to respond to or post. There is a documentary out there. It's called Hacking the Democracy in New Hampshire. If you find that to be not true, then it should be refuted by somebody here on this committee or from the Secretary of State. It's very important if those facts are not true to be refuted. Second is the Secretary of State, January 7th letter of 2022. I believe it was Secretary Gannon. The letter statement, the Windham election results were not just imprecise, they were fundamentally flawed. I think that report, that 11-page report, needs to be out, because this is a way to fight, quote unquote, your disinformation policy. Put it out, as the gentleman said earlier. Let's show what's going on. I mean, there are mistakes and things happen. That's how people are going to get behind this and want to fix it. Hiding it won't help us. C, the Windham audit hired at the end very highly respected auditors, as the woman had eloquently spoke of earlier. Where is the risk limiting audits? Where are the recommendations from that group? Where are they in the process? I didn't see any of the LSRs that came through from the Budget Law Commission or anyone else. I didn't see any recommendations, and I've been to most of your meetings. Where are they? Indeed, voting machines, they were instituted in New Hampshire under 65640 RSA, were approved on a trial basis. Think about that, a trial basis over 38 years ago, by an unconstitutional legislative act under the color of law. The notice of remonstrance and trespass was served to the state of New Hampshire and the towns on February 22nd, 2022. Yet the machines were used in violation of the March 22 state election by approval of the Secretary of State's office and the town selectmen and moderators. And last, for me, is there are we can produce 1,000 affidavits, sworn affidavits of people who voted or allowed to vote from somebody else's location, their previous home. There are results. We have those documents, and if the committee would like that, I would provide those to you. And that's really, unless you have any questions for me, I know it's late, and I know there's other people who want to speak, but I think those key issues, if we want to bring transparency back and get people on board, you have a difficult task to answer those questions, but if they don't go answered, we're back in the same place again.
And I don't know if I can direct my question to somebody else, but I did also notice that only 2 of the 15 people who testified the last time testimony was posted to the website, so I hope we can get that corrected in the future, or at least just post a note that it's not a complete package, but maybe somebody else knows what happened.
But we can talk about that in new business.
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
I said we can talk about that in new business.
Sure. First, I want to thank you for coming and giving us this information. This is extremely important and very concerning, and I think that we will, as a committee, be sure to address all of the issues that you've brought forward. I also do agree with you that if you're going to develop a relationship of trust, that you have to provide transparency, and all of the testimony that has been given in the past will be on the website, and all of the testimony that's being given today will be on the website, and it will be made available to the public. Those things in that testimony that request response by the special committee will receive that attention, and we'll make sure that that it's before the public, and it'll be done in a timely manner. So I just want to express my appreciation for the thoroughness with which you have put this package together, and we will respond, and I thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for it. Appreciate it.
Thank you for testifying. I think if you have affidavits that raise questions that you have that you'd like for the committee to see, I think you should provide copies to us.
At the chair's request, I would do that.
I think we should receive them, yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I apologize. I cannot read the next name, but I think the last name is Griffin, perhaps, and the person is from Somersworth.
Is there someone in the audience from Somersworth?
Somebody from Somersworth must no longer be here. John Romanowski.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I've been a resident of New Hampshire since 1974. I'm very concerned about the integrity and the honesty in the vote. What I heard here today was a lot about the election process and how could we improve it, time efficiencies, and that's all well and good. And as a citizen, I really appreciate that. But what I am concerned about, and what I think the gentleman before me just said, is I don't know that my vote counts. I vote in the elections. I don't know what the hell happens to my ballot. It goes into a machine, it's tallied, and we get a result. Well, I have questions about the integrity of the voting list. I know one year I went to vote. The girl asked me for my driver's license. I give it to her. We look up the list. My name's there. John C. Romanowski, Londonderry. And I look at the list, and I see my son's name is there. He moved out of Londonderry years ago, but he's still on the list. What's up with that? Now, if he had been somebody else, I would assume they could vote. I think we really have a problem with the voter lists. And I don't hear anybody talking about that. Because if I vote and somebody else votes, they can negate my vote. I'm not happy with that. I think anybody running for office should not be happy with that either. I don't hear anybody addressing that. I'd like to know why. And we talk about why people don't show up to vote. You know what I hear? I talk to my neighbor. I talk to my friends. Did you vote? What, are you kidding? My vote doesn't count. It ain't gonna matter. It's not gonna change anything. That's why people in New Hampshire don't vote. Because their vote goes into a black box, and who the hell knows what happens to it. We saw what happened in Pennsylvania. Rumors of ballots being trucked from New York to Harrisburg, then to Philadelphia. The polls shut down. All of a sudden, they open up and the whole profile of the election has changed. What's up with that? Is that happening here? I don't know. I hear people testifying to their integrity of their process that they do. But do I have faith in it? I'm here to tell you no. And I'm going to tell you why. And I'm going to tell you how I think you can solve the problem. One is the ballot. Here's the ballot. Anybody can make it. Anybody can insert it into the system anywhere. If somebody's dishonest, they can do that. Well, what if I gave you a ballot, or you gave me a ballot that looked like this? It's got security to it. There's verification indicators in here that I could show that this ballot has been tampered with, is a true ballot that I could fill out. That's what I want. And you know what? I want traceability of that ballot. When I give it, put it in that machine, I want to see on a website my ballot number, because it's going to have a serial number, just like this. And that could be paid. Not a big deal. Doesn't have a lot of cost. But then I could go on, I got my you hand me the ballot. It's already got these security features, and in addition, it has a number on it. Now, how many people in here have cell phones or phones that they could take a picture?
Sir, address the chair, please.
I'm sorry. I think most people have, they can take a picture of their ballot. And with that serial number, I could go ahead and log on to the website, and I could look and see my votes there. And it hasn't been altered. And it's been counted. I now count. And I know my vote wasn't changed. It's there. And I can prove it. Now I feel I've participated in my government. Now we all know what's going on at the south border. We probably have 50 million migrants in here. Some are terrorists. Some have bad intentions for the United States. I don't want them voting in my election. I don't want them to pick my town manager or my school board or my street department because they have bad intentions. How do I keep them out? How do I prevent them from voting? What I understand, and I've talked to the people in my town. How do we verify that this person is eligible to vote? Because I've been here since 1974. I don't want somebody picking my management of my town that's going to manage my money, my school system, my life, that really doesn't have any social responsibility and is not eligible to vote. I can't go to England and vote. I can't go to Canada and vote. I can't go to Saudi Arabia and vote. I don't want them voting here. If they're not eligible, they haven't paid the price. They're not a U.S. citizen. So you guys got to ensure my voter roll in my town and in this state is accurate. And there's nobody on that list that doesn't belong there. Because people that died decades ago should not be on that list. Because if they're on that list, somebody's going to vote for them. And we need to get that fixed. So I'm asking you, please do that. Please give me the traceability that I can see my vote counts. Because it means a lot. And you guys got to do this. Because that's the basis of our system. Only eligible people that have a responsibility to this country should vote. And you got to give me the ability to see that my vote counted and has not been altered. Because those machines will do anything that anybody with bad intentions will do. And guess what? If that existed in the 2020 election, there'd be no question of the outcome of that election. Because every citizen who had voted in this country would have been able to go up onto the website and see their vote is there and it's accurate. It hasn't been altered. That solves the problem. But it's up to you to do it and make it transparent to me. I also heard earlier today about students who are residents here in this state. Should they vote? Well, are they here temporarily? Or are they here for the long run? I think most of them are here if they're a resident and they're paying resident tuition at a college. They're temporary. They're not really residents. They're here for the duration of 4 years or 5. And then they're gone. But the aftermath of what they voted for us, we have to live with. So I'd ask very, very careful consideration on that. And then I hear there's this thing called ballot harvesters that go out and gather votes and then put them in drop boxes. What's a drop box? Where are they located? Who's monitoring that? That's a flaw in the system if you got a drop box. Somebody's got to take that ballot and see that that person on the other side that's handing them that ballot is real. If you have the integrity and the identity of the ballot, well, then I guess you got traceability. Some of those issues may go away. But with a ballot harvester, where are they harvesting the ballots from? Are they really legitimate ballots? I don't know. But as soon as you say somebody gathered a bunch of ballots and dumped them in a box that's unattended, I got to tell you, I have no confidence in the election. None. We heard today, one vote changed the outcome of an election. Was that a partisan ballot? I don't know. And I'd say to all of you, you don't know either. Yeah, you can talk all you want. You don't know. And I know you don't know. And until you know, and I know, that it's a legitimate ballot, we're not going to believe in the elections. We're going to have this election stolen. And we know that, look at what's happened in our country. Well, what's going on now with the trials that are going on? And to find out that it appears the FBI, the Justice Department, all doing stupid stuff that's not in the best interest of the country. When we see all these migrants coming into this country, I don't know how many are in New Hampshire. Does anybody know how many migrants have been flown in to Lebanon, to Manchester in the middle of the night? We don't know. But I do know I don't want them voting in my election because they don't belong here. They didn't come in the right way. They don't have skin in the game. We all have skin in the game. We got to keep our elections honest and valid, because if you don't, this country's going to fall apart. I served my country. Not to have my votes negated by somebody who doesn't even belong here, doesn't belong on the voter list. You got to protect that. You really have to protect that. Because as a citizen and as a society, that's all we have. I would say that anybody, there are people that might be in nursing homes that would want to vote, or disabilities that may need assistance in getting their ballot mailed or completed because they can't talk but they can point. Somebody completes that ballot. There should be a spot, a signature line on that ballot by that person that assisted, so we can audit it. We could go to Mary Jane in the nursing home who's 94 years old and look at that ballot and say, Mary Jane, did you vote this way? This is the person that brought it in. I ask you, please, consider a traceable ballot. You could put a QR code on it. You could put a serial number on it. It's easy to audit the election. You gave out X number of ballots, this serial number to this serial number, town of Londonderry. And if there's any that pop up outside that range, they're invalid ballots. Real easy. You know, on the dollar bill it says, "In God we trust." And I heard today one of the townsfolk say, "In paper ballots we trust." Well, in a paper ballot, we should trust. Because if that ballot is made with the proper security on it, and it's already been developed. There's a guy, probably heard the name, Mike Lindell, has developed a ballot that has all those security features in it. And it's inexpensive. What does it cost to recount? These ballots you could run through a machine and you could verify by looking at them. Some, they have an ultraviolet light traceability on it. You put it under a light, it pops up. If it's a ballot that came out of New York State that went to Philadelphia, you put it under a UV light, it's not going to show up. So it's important that you consider that. Because until you could give me the ability to see that when I voted, that it got counted and that it didn't get altered, and I could prove it to myself, I'm probably not going to believe the results of the election. I may be happy with it because, incidentally, the guy I voted for got elected. Or really, maybe the other guy should have got elected. And he got cheated out of the election. So it's up to you guys. That's my point as a voter. I think that's why people in New Hampshire aren't voting. Because they don't think it counts. It doesn't matter. I mean, I've heard that so many times and it breaks my heart. Why don't you vote? You could change it. Nah, it won't change. So give us the traceability. Give us the ability to see that our vote did count. And I guess I can't say anymore. I just appreciate your time. Thank you for hearing me.
Any questions?
Questions?
First of all, John, I thank you for giving your testimony. I think this has been a very illuminating and important testimony. I would like to suggest to you that I think that obviously the issues are much broader than can be discussed here, and as my co-chairman pointed out earlier, this is not an opportunity for us to engage in discussion. I have heard everything you say. I think that it is all a very legitimate complaint on your part. But I would like to counterbalance what you have said with the fact that there are many people who have come into this room who are managing those voting activities. And in the state of New Hampshire, I can, as an individual, say that I am sure that there is no voter harvesting here. There are no buses coming in over the lines, because I have worked in my voting place in Bow, New Hampshire, and I have taken pictures of people who are signing up to be able to vote that day, or I have checked the lists to make sure that they're on the list. If a name is on that list, if your son moved away, did he let the town know that he had moved out of town? I don't know the answer to these questions, but I think in the spirit of cooperation and participation, it's not us who have to fix it for you, it's we who have to fix it together. And if you are willing to do that, I think many of your suggestions are valid and should be looked at very seriously. But it is not an us versus them, it's a we must do this together kind of solution that we have to find. And I appreciate your spirit. If it's in that regard, I'll look forward to working with you, and we'll see what we can do to make your trust in our voting system better and improve the voting system for everybody because of that. Thanks.
To follow up a little bit on the point that I made, if an illegal got a driver's license in Massachusetts, moved to New Hampshire, that valid driver's license, along with the utility bill and residence, that he's a resident at some place, he would be allowed to register to vote, even though he's not a legal citizen. Is that true?
That could happen.
Yeah. So how many, is that one person out of 100,000?
If it's one, it could be 100, it could be 5,000, it could be 50,000.
So let's sit down and figure out how to capture that information so that that doesn't happen. But I think that's work for another day.
Well,
we've got the concern, and we appreciate your giving us your testimony.
Just indicate citizen or non-citizen on a driver's license, problem fixed.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
I wanted to just bring up a point that all ballots are counted by the election workers prior to an election. and after they're going through the machines, and those numbers have to balance at the end of the night. And there are no drop boxes in New Hampshire, so we don't have a ballot harvesting problem because we don't actually have drop boxes. But I want to thank you for testifying, and just wanted to correct those two things.
And if somebody has to help if somebody helps somebody else with an absentee ballot, there's a place where they have to sign saying they did. Or
Yeah, I'm just saying if the system allows, whether it comes from a drop box or someplace else, if there's an ability to bring the box of votes into the system.
we don't have drop boxes.
Okay.
They're illegal.
Well, the ballots are serial numbered.
Well,
Can't have
a
that.
different issue, but there's several things that you said that just don't exist in New Hampshire. So,
Well,
anyway, thank you for your testimony.
you're welcome. Thank you.
Maureen Dodge.
Good afternoon. First of all, my name is Corinne Dodge and I live in Derry. I really want to thank you for giving citizens like myself the opportunity to watch our public election officials give you input into how we can make our elections so that people are more comfortable with them, that we can know that it's honest. I have also worked as a poll worker, and for that reason, I do believe very clearly in the integrity of the New Hampshire elections. I have attended supervisors of the checklist meetings and once participated in a random audit to compare the voting machine counts with hand-to-eye counts. In all cases, it was very clear the great precision was being taken to protect the election process with very specific election protocols. In addition, I served as a nonpartisan election observer during the 2020 elections, along with many other citizens in New Hampshire. While a number of us noted small human mistakes, they were quickly corrected after a report was made to our town moderators. That was in Derry, and I very much appreciate our workers in Derry. To my knowledge, there was no report of any incidents of fraud or intimidation in the election. Because I have seen firsthand specifically how our elections are run at the local level, I now have great respect for both our New Hampshire elections and our public officials who protect the integrity of our elections. I'm not going to read right here a statement from the governor, but that was part of my, I just want to respect the time, but our governor clearly has said that our elections are clear, are timely, and accurate, and he thanked the Secretary of State. There is, and we've talked about this throughout this afternoon, a movement across the country and in New Hampshire to convince voters that they cannot trust our election officials, that our elections have become fraudulent, and that our votes don't count. That is simply not true from what I have seen. I have seen the votes go into the box, and I've watched the careful process of counting those votes. And I also was very amazed the first time I saw that. But the myth continues on, and social media continues to spew out false information regarding our elections. I like the word disinformation better, perhaps that's better than the other person used, but it comes out to the same thing. This is an insult to our elected public officials and to the voters of New Hampshire. The point of this incessant and compelling false information is to make voters believe that it is all true, so as to discourage people from voting. And all this in spite of a very well-run and fair election in 2020 as determined by the Governor and the Secretary of State. We have heard a theme this afternoon about what you can do as a committee, and it involves education of voters, and that is so very true. I'm a teacher, and I completely encourage you to try to get this information on voting into civics classes. Civics classes are sort of disappearing. Do whatever you can to encourage those classes and get information to those civic classes. Lack of voter confidence in the election process is dangerous in our New Hampshire communities. May I suggest to you, the members of this board, that if you truly want to effectively uplift voter confidence, you use the power of your position in this committee to discourage false information regarding elections. And I urge you, Secretary of State Scanlon, to please speak out publicly when you hear that false information. It's important that we know what is clearly not true. I'll do this well, sorry. Please, members of this board, speak out in favor of legislation which encourages safe and acceptable elections. And please insist that all voters be allowed to cast their votes safely and equally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're welcome. Mike Apollo.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me all right? Good evening. Good evening. Sorry I'm so far down the list because many of the points have already been made. I'm Mike Paulo. I live here in Derry. Previous to living in Derry, I was a communication and computer systems officer in the United States Air Force. So I know a lot about technology and a master's in computer information systems, a bachelor's in science and engineering. So if you want to found trust, let me back up a little bit. We'll talk about the people of New Hampshire do many of these things very well. I love the idea of a paper ballot. It's always a backed up copy, right? You can always go back to the original and pull forward from there. The computer systems, though, we as a state have, and many places in this country have kicked the can down the road long enough. If you had a computer from the 1980s, would you do your taxes on it? Would you use it to do email on it? Does anybody have a computer from the 1980s? Right? But we do. We have these computers from the 1980s. And the older a piece of equipment is, the more vulnerable it is. Windham showed some of those vulnerabilities. I'm not saying that they were hackable, but they were actually, and there are many that are unknown. This is a black box, and this is a thing that voters don't like. They can see all the processes up to the point where that ballot goes in, and then it's a black box. It's proprietary hardware and software that is held by private companies who have possibly bad intent, we don't know. And like the ones that are about the Volkswagen test, I have that here on my list. A machine knows when it's being tested. I can easily, trivially adjust for it. So we have to be 100% certain that these computers, because that's what we're talking about, these counting devices. These computers are secure. And what I'd like to have this committee consider is something that's never been talked about yet. It is an open source hardware and software program that builds these computers to a specification. The software is built to a specification. By making it open source, it can be contributed to by lots of people, but also the other thing open source does is makes the vulnerabilities identifiable by other people. By having a a private company retain all that information, they can use it however they like. They can use it in their favor. They can use it in one candidate's favor or another candidate's favor. We haven't found incidents of that in New Hampshire, but you know, piles of absentee ballots that we've heard about, anonymous absentee ballots being trucked across state lines. Pennsylvania just, in their primary, elected a Republican who, from all I can tell, is only running on the platform that Trump won the election. So they believe that the election was stolen. I don't believe that. I believe it was a street fight. He thought he was in a boxing match. He was in a street fight, and he lost. But this nature of having a black box technology that nobody knows what's going on inside just breeds suspicion in the voting populace. If we have an open source, open concept for this hardware and software, it's a very different thing. Anybody can know what's going on. And I know those companies won't like the fact that, you know, it's going to be very cheap software and very cheap hardware. But you know what? This is more important. When I took off the uniform, when I took off my captain's bars, I didn't say that I'm going to stop supporting and defending the Constitution of the United States. Voting is the most important thing we do, and whether I win, lose, or draw, it's still the most important thing you do, especially if I lose. So some of the other distrust that was built in the system in 2020 was forced around COVID. A lot of legislation, executive orders, and even secretaries of state they changed election law during 2020 to, and one would say it affected the outcome, but of course it did. We have problems with social media affecting the outcome of elections, and that's actually been proven in England, where Facebook pushed certain candidates out, pushed other candidates out. It's actively happening here, whether we want to believe it or not. And the other thing New Hampshire does really well, and I like to call out, is the voter ID laws. Nobody makes a complaint here that you have to show an ID to vote. Other places in the United States, it's called disenfranchisement. I don't believe that. You need an ID to drive, and you need an ID to buy a bottle of wine. And the other thing is, I don't think we should have a complete and open, everybody who wants one have an absentee ballot. Because it's an active process. It should be an active process. Yes, there are people that need an absentee ballot. It shouldn't be everybody. It should require some effort. Same way it's going to require effort for us to keep this country together, that we don't tear each other apart, that we validate elections when they happen, and that they are true, and they are final. The Republican nominee in Pennsylvania, and I'm a Republican, by the way, believes that he's going to decertify the election in 2020 when he gets elected. We just can't keep looking back like that. Do you have any questions for me?
Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, appreciate it. Good afternoon. Have a good evening.
Oh, that's close. Trustee St. Laurent.
No, I spoke with
Okay, thank you, Chris. William Hall.
Good afternoon, Chairman Cook, Commander Merrill. I'm from Durham. Many of the things I'll say are specific to Durham. They don't reflect Bow or any other town. Confidence in voting. Today, I left Durham. It's empty. The students are gone. There is nobody there. I gotta walk down the middle of Main Street. There are very few cars. The parking lots are empty. I went by the municipal lot that's usually totally full. There might have been eight cars in it. Most of the faculty, I guess, aren't there. People pretty much cleared out. The students aren't residents. their residence at home. When they get arrested, their home address is used, not their university address. They go home to their residence in another state where they have their driver's license and their car registrations. You go around to these apartment houses and look at the registrations, most of them are out of state. The majority of them are out of state. We just built a $50 million school in Durham. Students voted for that. Not enough to change the vote, because we got 76% of the vote, 2,600 votes for the school, and if the students had all voted the other way, it wouldn't have mattered. However, they're not going to pay for it. They're not going to have kids in the school. They don't know who's on the school board. They don't know anything about the design of the school. And in this case, the success was they spent $800,000 before the vote for the bond for the $50 million, so that they got a bid that was guaranteed bid to build a school. They did it very well, but I don't think any students would know that. No other town in New Hampshire or this country had what Durham had the night before the election of 2016. Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton showed up at the Whittemore Center and had nearly 7,000 students there. That's the night before voting. The next day, Mr. Swett, you talked about the buses. I would suggest to you that well in excess of 100 university buses delivered students to our voting at the high school. I stood there and watched them come down the road. A dozen kids would get out, 8 or 10 would get on, and the bus is gone, and before it's out of sight, there's another bus coming. So yes, they're not bringing people over the Mass border or from Connecticut or Rhode Island or those other places. Those people are here, and then they're busing them to our polls.
I think you're confusing the issue, because those students had the right to vote under the current laws. I understand.
No.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
I understand you want those laws changed.
No, I don't. What I want is I want the students to, and this speaks to some of the other issues that were said when the clerk said swipe registration, swipe in your registration ahead of time. What I want to see, if someone wants to vote in this state, now I was in the Army, I lived in Cambridge for 4 years, well, Boston, then Cambridge. My car was registered here, my driver's license was here, and I drove home to go to town meeting and vote. So that's what I thought of it. I had no idea what was going on in Cambridge. I would hear stories, rumors, I had no clue. I was so busy studying. So I wasn't a part of Cambridge in any way, shape, or manner. By the way, the students show up with sheets that tell them how to vote. Most of them have no idea what they're doing, where to go to register. By the way, I estimate about 5,000 of those students that came to vote had to register for the first time. It was just a madhouse. They would say, show a license from out of state. They'd write down driver's license. They wouldn't put the state down.
William, I understand what you're saying. I understand, but
let's not get into a dialogue.
But they were operating by the law.
Well,
change the law is all I'm saying.
No, please, let me finish. If it hadn't been for the votes in Durham and the student votes in Durham, Kelly Ayotte would be our senator, because the rest of the state voted for Kelly Ayotte. Not the 16 election, but the 20 election during COVID, our poll people were up at the university behind locked doors, registering and handing out ballots and having students vote. People that Republicans that wanted to go weren't allowed to go. They handpicked the poll workers that went to that. So I got on the radio called it in Jackie's radio program and told that story. And he said, well, does Todd Selleck know anything about this? I said, nothing goes on between the town of Durham and the university that Todd Selleck doesn't know about. That ceased immediately. And they were doing it because of COVID. I happened to go down to the town hall for something a day or two later, and there were voting booths all the way around the lobby, and the students were crammed in. They had one thing. They wanted to register and vote them ahead of voting day. That was their goal. It had nothing to do with the virus. When I was 18, I had to go register for the draft. When I was 21, I had to register to vote. Before I could turn 22, I was drafted. I had to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. My father had to drive me to Dover to get on a bus to go to Manchester and spend 2 years of my life with the Army. If I can do that, there isn't a single voter that can't get to the DMV and get a driver's license and get or a voter ID. Take your pick. With a swipe on it, which answers some of the things that were spoken of before. I hear about people that have had to work till 5:30 counting ballots or all night. At nearly 60 years old, I worked at the cable plant in Newington. I worked 80 hours a week for 6 weeks, 41 days I think it was, over 12 hours a day. I get to work at 6:45 and I wouldn't get home until nearly 6:45 at night. Never saw the daylight, except out the window in the men's room. If I can do that, then people can damn well go get their ballots. And then register to vote before the voting day. Remember what the person said, it'd be much better to use technology and swipe in to register, and then we've got a computerized voter list that's up to date. And no other town has 5,000 people trying to register to vote the day of voting. That's insanity. What I'd like to see is a barcode on the ballot, and you could swipe your driver's license or your voter ID, just like you can at Market Basket. When you go with a can of peas, you can put it under the little red thing, and it has a screen that tells you what it is and what the price is. And if they can do that in Market Basket, we can do it in the town. You can go and swipe, and your picture comes up and whatnot, and you're all set, and they give you a ballot. And then when you turn in the ballot, you swipe again, and that gets paired with the ballot barcode on it. And then I'm just thinking, when the other person was speaking, take it one step further. You get out of the town hall after you vote, and you can swipe your driver's license, and it'll either give you the tally on your ballot or show you your ballot or do something. I hope that answers the question on buses. That's pretty much it. Now questions, please.
A couple of comments, Mr. Hall.
Yes, sir.
I had to register to vote when I was 21, so we must be similar ages. But
what?
I said I had to register to vote when I was 21 too. So when I was a student at the University of New Hampshire, I had to get an absentee ballot from the state I was from to vote.
Perfect.
So, but the Supreme Court of the United States, in the interim, has said that students have a right to vote in the place where they go to school. We cannot do anything about that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, but I think we should require a state-issued ID to vote.
And okay, so that's a point.
And
I was trying to get some points out of your testimony that we're...
No, if a student wants to vote in Durham, and you're correct legally, then they can go down to the DMV and have their driver's license changed to New Hampshire. Because and I realize that parents register their cars and stuff like that. We probably aren't going to get anywhere there. But if you park a car from New Hampshire in Maine, and you live in Maine, and you've got a car in New Hampshire tags, they come look you up and make you register it in Maine. So what I would like to see is, yes, the students can vote if they do the same things we do, and that's either get a driver's license or a voter ID. And as far as I'm concerned, we can give the voter IDs away for free, which is a non-driver's license.
The other point I would make, because one of the recommendations that the committee I chaired in 2020 made was to help people in Durham and the other college towns. We encouraged people to register the students before they went to the polls. So your comment about they were registering the students at the university, I think, was a direct outcome of what we recommended, so they didn't clog up the place when they got there.
No.
I recognize the issue of 5,000 people showing up.
No, what I said was they were registering them and then they were handing out ballots.
Oh, after the...
Yeah, and in my opinion, we conduct the voting is conducted by the town of Durham, not the University of New Hampshire, not the state college. We should have nights or times just for students, and they can show up at the town hall ahead of time, and we should require that they're registered before the day of voting. What?
He wanted to know if he should tell me what I told him.
What did you tell him?
I told him not to get into
You told me to shut up earlier.
That's all
I
right.
didn't tell you to shut up.
No, you're very engaged, Mr. Swett, and I respect that a lot.
I appreciate your testimony. I appreciate your testimony, but you're arguing things that are currently the law. And you have the right to change the law, and I agree with some of the things you're talking about. We're just listening to testimony to understand how those changes could be implemented.
What I want them to do is get a driver's license in New Hampshire.
Sure.
That's all. I'm not saying they can't vote.
And that's on the record now, so we appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm not saying they can't vote.
Yeah.
But get a driver's license, and like the clerk said, register ahead of time. We should require that you have to register, just like you do in Massachusetts, ahead of time.
Well, that's a whole other
Thank
can
you.
of worms. But anyway, in any event, other questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Kelsey Duville, folks.
Hello, can you hear me okay? My name is Kelsey DeVille. I am a proud graduate, actually, of the University of New Hampshire, and born and raised here in New Hampshire. Anecdotally, I'm not actually here to talk about this, but most of my best friends at college, I consider myself a recent graduate. I graduated within the last decade, so I think that still counts as recent. And most of my best friends were also born and raised in New Hampshire, and I had one roommate who was not. And the two elections that I had during undergrad, she insisted that she mail her absentee ballot back to the state that she was from. So, but I'm here to read a statement on behalf of somebody who could not be here, Kiri Claflin, who is a supervisor of the checklist in Concord, Ward 5. So she is an election official, and she wrote the following. To the Special Committee on Voter Confidence, I am a supervisor of the checklist in Concord, Ward 5. My comment relates to New Hampshire election processes and procedures. I want to share with you a personal experience I had in the 2020 election that speaks directly to voter confidence. I will also offer a solution. In 2020, in addition to my role as supervisor of the checklist, I was a manager on the New Hampshire Democratic Party Voter Protection Hotline. As that was the year more New Hampshire voters than usual were using absentee ballots, many for the first time, the hotline got quite a few calls from voters at various points in the absentee ballot process. One particularly vexing part of the process was helping voters to track their absentee ballot after they mailed it, knowing where it was in the process, and verifying that it had arrived in the hands of their city or town clerk. One problem that surfaced repeatedly was the difficulty of tracking ballots on the Secretary of State's website because some piece of out-of-date, missing, or erroneous voter registration information. For example, people who registered before birthdays were recorded on registration forms People who registered before birthdays were recorded on registration forms could not track their ballot at all, and it wasn't common knowledge. People who had made minor mistakes that were normally inconsequential at the polling place found that they did impede tracking their ballots. Difficulty in easily checking that your voter registration is accurate before you vote and then tracking your ballot in real time was, for voters, a lack of transparency into one of our election procedures. I think we all realize that the lack of transparency in any part of the process adds to voter confusion and undermines voter confidence. Some of you may know, however, that the fix is not complicated or overly costly, and it has been raised in our state legislature for years. A basic online voter registration system provides full transparency and secure access to your own voter registration information. In the 21st century, people expect to go online, find information they need, or fix a problem. Even banking is done largely online. Online voter registration is far from a radical idea. As of July 2021, 42 states and the District of Columbia have it. New Hampshire should be added to that list. Thank you for hearing my comments. Sincerely, Carrie Claflin, and I'm not going to take any questions because I didn't write this, but thank you.
Question? Thank you. All right. And last, not last, Tom, do you have anything to tell us that you didn't tell us last time?
I do, sir.
Well, it's 8 minutes after 5.
I understand I'll be as direct and concise as I can be without repeating my previous testimony, with exception maybe adding some context to the members that haven't had the benefit of hearing. I do appreciate the time restrictions. I'll say good evening. Good evening, members of the board, and thank you for the opportunity to allow me to share my thoughts, concerns. I didn't have anything prepared. I feel compelled to just share a quote with the board before I begin. And for the audience remaining that are still listening, this is by John Adams. Facts are stubborn things. And whatever may be our wishes, our inclinations, or the dictates of our passions, they cannot alter the state of facts and evidence. What I'd like to speak to is the evidence and the testimony that's been given to this commission today. Specifically, I'd like to focus on accuracy. Previous testimony, I gave the board quite a bit of information as to overvotes and how overvotes affected the election of November 2020 and how they negatively affected our election. In fact, I gave as reference Sandown, Goffstown, and Merrimack just by 3 ways of example. And the reason why I did that was specifically due to the fact that I felt as though people on the other side of the aisle who accused myself, and by the way, just for the record, Tom Murray is speaking. Even though I am a member and a co-founder of the GIP, I am here as an individual, as I was at the last meeting. The reason why I bring that up is your meeting minutes list me as a co-founder of the GIP. I did not speak as a member of the GIP. I'm here individually in my own capacity, so I would just respectfully request that that correction be made. Nonetheless, I spoke about free and fair elections. Free and fair, not fraud. Free and fair. And I provided evidence as to why Sandown did not have a free and fair election, as to why Goffstown did not have a free and fair election, as to why Merrimack did not have a free and fair election, as well as Windham, which everyone here knows all about Windham. And what people need to focus on is the overvotes, and how in a recount, those election results of November 3rd were changed, and they were never recreated. And everyone wants to talk about accuracy and the fact that the AccuVote OS machine works, but I would ask people to define the word works. Does it turn on? Is it accurate? And the fact is, according to 3 auditors, it doesn't work. In fact, the election night results were never recreated. Even during the audit, one machine to another machine, never matched. Taking all 10,000 ballots, placing them through machine 1, didn't match 2, 2 didn't match 3, and 3 didn't match 4. That was the audit. What I'd like to focus on outside of the machines, and I'll speak to the machines in more detail at a later meeting I intend to speak at. But seeing this was a vote, we had election officials, and I want to focus on the meeting's purpose and the commission's purpose, which is voter confidence. I'm a voter. I feel as though my vote hasn't counted. I feel as though my vote was disenfranchised. And why? Is because 8.9% of the votes that went through machine number 2 in Windham were overvoted. In other words, my vote was canceled. Upwards of almost 25% happened to machine number 3 in Merrill, machines 3, 6, and 9. Those voters' votes were not counted. And all one has to do is look at the tapes, look at the tally tapes, add up the amount of overvotes, and you'll see inordinate amounts of overvotes. Hence, that's why I requested, just by way of example, and I picked it because I know it will be short and quick, that the Sandown election be recounted, where you'll see that Jess Edwards was the top vote getter, would actually receive less votes in a hand count. Just reinforcing what had happened in Windham, and thus showing that this problem was systemic and throughout the state. Thus, wanting to address that issue. I feel like we're on a collision course, and I'm watching a train wreck about to happen this coming primary election, this coming general election in November, because we haven't fixed that problem. Now, I've heard people offer that you can, as a correction, place a ballot, a folded ballot, into the auxiliary envelope. But I would remind this board what happened in Bedford. 200 ballots were placed through that auxiliary envelope on the side, and that moderator failed to count them. And he withheld that information from the Attorney General. And thus, that gives me great concern. There was a lot of testimony here today, some from the Derry election officials, specifically Tina Guilford and I can't remember the gentleman's name, Dan. I would highly recommend that this board consider their testimony. I have been at the Windham election. I was at the Windham election. I worked as a new voter registration person at the Windham election. I recently attended the Derry election. I can tell you, from my experience, those elections are drastically different. Which brings us to the knowledge. You heard testimony from our moderator and our election officials. One actually said 30 years. In 30 years, I'm going to paraphrase a couple comments. This is from Attorney General John Formella and former Secretary of State Bill Gardner. It appears some town officials are still critical of the state recount and describe it inaccurately, including the testimony to the Ballot Law Commission. It is important to clarify that the results of the state's November recount were nearly identical to the results of the forensic audit. Windham's election night results were not just imprecise, they were fundamentally flawed. Simply put, town election officials cut corners. Some of those shortcuts created errors, such as using uncalibrated polling machines, ultimately resulting in ballots not being accurately counted. They ignored legal obligations and are of continuing concern. An election that was not executed to the standard of law or the expectation of voters. They are under a statutory obligation to ensure appropriate response where election returns had significant deficiencies. To fulfill the duties to protect the honor and the right to vote, it is essential that we meet such exceptional challenges with exceptional effort and ensure elections are conducted in full compliance with the law. We detail our conclusions in the following sections. Right there, I'd like to stop and pause. I think the question that was asked of one of our election officials, whether it be mandatory, I want everyone to consider this testimony, and at the end, ask yourself that same question. Do you feel as though the education part for our elected officials should be mandatory? 3 voted ballots were found in open affidavit envelopes. Under New Hampshire election procedures, absentee ballots that are challenged and rejected are retained in their unopened envelopes. A total of 71 rejected ballots were found in box number 1. We therefore tentatively conclude that these ballots were accepted but never recorded, cast, or counted. This is an unfortunate procedural failure. I also believe that to be official malfeasance in violation of RSA 666-2, which is a misdemeanor. A moderator has a duty to accurately count all legally submitted ballots. If any moderator shall intentionally neglect to cause an accurate count to be made, the votes cast as required by law, or which no other penalty is provided, he or she shall be guilty of a violation under RSA 659-77. 6 ballots were used in the pre-election test of the ballot counting devices. Under RSA 656-42, Roman numeral 8, a properly conducted test with 50 ballots, each put through the ballot counting devices 4 times, simulates the counting of 200 ballots. And it explicitly requires each of the test ballots through the counting devices in the following orientations. Top first side, with side 1 face up, bottom first, and side 1 face up, top first, and side 1 face down, and bottom first, and side 1 face down.
Tom, excuse me, didn't you testify on this stuff the last time we were together?
I just simply mentioned it, sir. I didn't mention anything in the actual article.
The details of the Windham audit, or the details of the Windham election are familiar to us. We've heard it. We know what your position is. We've asked you to make recommendations on what to fix. We don't need to revisit this.
If I may, sir.
Well, we don't need to revisit all this.
I understand, sir. If I may. I'll be brief. Windham election officials replied that the test ballots were run through the counting devices. The purpose of testing is to provide evidence that the ballot counting device has not been, quote, hacked. That's the words of the SOS and the AG. And it does not have malicious programming in the changes of the vote. That's what I testified to. For one candidate to vote for a different candidate one time out of a set number of votes. Windham officials provided the test accurate electronic ballot counting devices, and Windham officials did not follow all the necessary instructions and statutory requirements. There's quite a bit more, Mr. Chair. Again, I would re-emphasize, for a matter of record, the conclusions were that the failure to comply with legal obligations coupled with an election return submitted with significant deficiencies has consequences, and according to RSA 659-77, general neglect by town or ward moderator and clerk is the reason and result why this coming election we will have a member from the Secretary of State's attend. The reason why this is all relevant is it's relevant to the testimony that you just heard. And again, I'll ask you to ask the question. Do people feel as though that election officials should have quote-unquote mandatory training? I do. And for those reasons that I just read, along with Attorney General John Pavella and former Secretary of State Bill Gardner. And the focus was on comments to voter confidence. When I read through that, I'd like to read one paragraph as well. This is from the joint report of the Secretary of State and the Attorney General regarding SB 43 audit. Unintended consequences included the decision of Windham election officials to use a folding machine to fold ballots, causing folds that did not follow the score lines on the ballots, resulting in fold lines through the holes. Windham election officials believing that their election occurred without error and asserting their concerns with accuracy of the New Hampshire recount. This was not the case. And that's where my voter confidence is emphasized. When I ask questions, those questions aren't answered, are unanswered, or they're answered in very careful terms. Very careful words are selected. I recall watching a video of the recount on November 3rd, and the assistant moderator was asked by Secretary of State Gardner why there was such an inordinate amount of voter votes. In fact, she put up her hands when asked the question by Secretary of State Gardner, how many ballots were in the compartment to the left, to the right, which would normally be write-ins, about this much. Secretary Gardner offered a number, and she's like, nah, not that many, maybe a half an inch.
Okay, Tom, we know what you think about Windham. We're not a Windham committee. We've heard it and heard it. We understand why it's affected the confidence of voters. We asked you to come up with a list of recommendations on how we can fix it. We don't need to revisit all this stuff again. And I'm going to respectfully cut you off if you keep talking about the Windham audit, because we don't need any more information on this.
I appreciate that, sir. I just wanted to respond to some of the comments that were made in testimony to this board today that was offered. I just wanted to correct that record because I believe it's important for the general public, if we're going to come together here, to understand what the problems really were. And for people in the general public, you talked about disinformation and misinformation. This is the true disinformation. This is the information that's not being released to the public. This is the information that's not being offered to the public. These are the facts. These are the facts, unequivocal facts. But yet, to sit there, and I had no intentions on testifying today, sir. I didn't come with anything prepared. These are just hand-scribbled notes. But I feel compelled to correct the record, because the record's not accurate, and that's why we're here. We're here for accurate elections, and that's not what happened.
The complete record includes your very thorough testimony the last time. And every time somebody says something that you disagree with, we're not going to need...
It's not just stuff that I disagree with, sir. I'm offering, if you look at the record and you see my testimony from the last time, you clearly see that while I did use some things, the same thing to put things into context, that a lot of this information is new information.
I think we knew our request that you send us a written list of suggestions on...
I took that into consideration. I plan on doing that, sir.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. So that information that I'll put forward in that testimony, I suppose, I'm assuming that video will go up sometime soon?
From last week?
From last week?
Yes, we're still working on the
yeah, we're going to
text.
Yeah. Okay. And I would emphasize that I think that one of the recommendations from this commission should be that we have properly trained election officials.
And we've heard that from other
We've heard that
presentations as well.
It's not in my notes 8 times today. It's
great. Thank you, members of the commission. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That comes to the end of the people who signed up. Did you sign up?
I do not.
Is this really necessary?
Yes.
Okay. Because I made that silly promise that anybody who wanted to testify.
Thank you very much for taking the testimony at this late hour and for your attention to these important issues. My name is Louise Spencer. I'm from Concord, New Hampshire.
I'm sorry, your first name?
Louise. People seem to be making a point of not using the word fraud here today, but instead are you saying things like ballot harvesting, creating counterfeit ballots, people voting using other people's residences as proof of domicile, using businesses as domiciles, or quote-unquote illegals, by which I think was meant undocumented people, voting. There are a lot of anecdotal stories that have been put forward. We are lucky here in New Hampshire to have the Secretary of State's office and also the AG have investigators who are able to actually investigate voting and election fraud, and they do so. I think it would be helpful for this committee to request a report from the AG and from the Secretary of State, a report listing specific documented instances of voter fraud in this state that are not anecdotal, that have been founded, investigated, founded, and prosecuted.
Just for your information, we expect a full presentation by the Attorney General's office, similar to one that the Ballot Law Commission got a couple of years ago, which will detail what they've actually found over the years.
That would be, I was at that particular meeting. That was a very helpful presentation. I think it cleared up the issue with buses very well. I would ask if there is a single instance, documented instance of a non-citizen voting in New Hampshire. There are multiple anecdotal stories of various sorts of voter fraud that seem to be used to justify new laws, such as SB 3, which was overturned by the Supreme Court, and now SB 418, which do nothing other than to add, they do nothing to ensure election integrity, but instead add layers of bureaucracy and confusion for the voters. And we've heard today that voter confusion can be one of the primary factors that can lead to lack of confidence in our elections. To say that something could happen is true of just about anything in this world, right? Anything could happen. That's not the question here before this committee. The question is, has it happened before, and is it likely to happen? And I think that we need to ground our work in not what is fancifully possible, but what is actually has either happened or is likely to happen. In the case of non-citizens potentially voting in our elections, we have protections built into our system to prevent that from happening. People have to prove their citizenship, and they do not do this with a driver's license. They do it with a passport, they do it with naturalization papers, or they do it with an affidavit, but they most certainly do not do it with a driver's license. So I think it's incumbent when we're talking about such important issues to move away from anecdotes and to really ground our work in the facts that are before us. So that was what I wanted to share today, and I appreciate you giving me the chance to say a few words.
Appreciate it. Thank you. With that,
thank you.
The public testimony is completed for today.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes?
Before we ask for an adjournment, could I just take a minute to relay a couple of questions that I got from the public and that I have regarding...
No, we're not done. I just said this public testimony.
Okay, thanks.
The next item on the agenda is other business. If we could have a short, statement about the problems, why the video is not up on the website, just for the record, so people can hear it and understand it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As in this meeting, the last meeting that took place was almost 5 hours in duration, and our staff has been working diligently to get the closed caption portion as accurate as possible. The bots, when they go through the closed captioning, misinterpret words, misinterpret sounds, and it's important for the community, the disabled community, to be able to accurately see what you folks are discussing and talking about. So that, coupled with the last meeting took place on the 13th, which was a Friday, which we finished up late, which had the weekend, which the staff was not working on the weekend. It cuts short our ability to have that prepared today. The last text that I got was that we are shooting for close of business tomorrow, and then the good news is we'll have about another 5 hours to do it again.
Let me ask this question. Is it possible, I know about as much about technology as I will make obvious from this question, is it possible to put the reporting without
No, sir.
the closed captioning on the website?
No, sir. We were involved in some action in which the settlement of which was when it deals with elections, the Secretary of State's office is striving towards making sure that we are compliant with WCAGs as well as ADA, and the closed captioning portion of it is an important part.
But even temporarily to be replaced after the thing is...
We don't feel comfortable, sir, based on the settlement, to even put it up. Matter of fact, if you look at the election site, we had to take everything down and put back up, and we have a vendor that's working with us to make sure that everything that goes back on the election site is ADA and WCAGs compliant. And we're going very serious with that. Thank you. With respect to the other testimony, Mr. Chairman, if I might briefly, anyone that submitted us clean testimony in writing, we put that up on the website. Anyone that had notes, changes in them, we offered them an opportunity to replace those with clean testimony. So if someone who's watching this does not see their written testimony, please let us know, and we will get that clean written testimony. We just didn't think someone who had changed their mind would want both comments on the thing, on the testimony.
Thank you, sir. I'm not sure I'm getting all the emails that the committee is receiving from the public. There was a stack of emails here for us as part of our packet today. I don't know if other committee members received these ahead of time, or today was the first time that they received them. I know that by looking at these, there's an email address, voterconfidence@sos.nh.gov. If that's supposed to go to all of us, I'm not receiving those. If it's not going to all of us, could it be set to be forwarded automatically to all of us? It would be helpful for me, and I believe all the other members, to have this information ahead of time before all of our meetings.
If you can look into that, David.
I can, sir. Most of the communications that we've received to date have been more about requests for copies of minutes, where can I find them, those type of things. Any type of email that is addressed to the committee, staff has been instructed to make sure that you guys have those emails, and if an email is directed to a member of the committee, singularly, that has been forwarded and will be forwarded to the committee.
Dave, can you just make sure Ken's email is correct and everything, so he's just confirm that?
I will do that before we leave, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Just a couple.
The two questions.
Just a couple quick things. Quite a few people have reached out to me, and they said that they're not aware of, they were not aware of the committee's listening sessions. And if there's a way that we could make an announcement more public, or I don't have a suggestion, but apparently if a few people tripped across last meeting and this meeting, and they'd like to know if there's a way that we could advertise it or get that information out.
The website.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, committee member Merrill at one of the meetings asked that we raise in prominence, and staff has moved the actual special committee up to a box that lives with the other Secretary of State information, which puts a more profile, and then you click on that and it takes you to all the different pages, including where you can rewatch the video, any documents that are put up, agendas, and minutes. That's all up there now.
And then the requirement is that it be broadcast in two separate locations. So one is the SOS website, where else is it being broadcast so that?
It either goes on the State House, somewhere in the State House, or in the case of when we met at the archives, it would be placed on the outside door of the archives as the second location. But in each case,
so it's a physical posting.
It's a physical posting, it's a requirement. And then the only other requirement is that a copy of the draft minutes be posted within 5 days of the meeting. So staff make sure that we have that and we've honored that commitment, that legal requirement.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that was Ken's question. I don't think the minimum legal requirement is what he's talking about. I think what he's talking about is it possible to put out a press release or something saying, to the, I don't know who you put press releases out to these days, but Channel 9's been pretty good about saying when we're going to be meeting, because I saw it on TV this morning. But the newspapers or somebody saying, here's the schedule of what they're going to be. I mean, some people don't read the newspapers and don't watch TV, so they're not going to hear it. But just posting it on our website and posting it in 2 places, it's good to meet the legal requirements, but that's not publicizing it to all the people in the world that might want to know about it.
We will go back to staff and work on the social media aspect of pushing it out, as well as other communication means. But just for the committee's information, in the last 2 meetings, we've had in excess of over 35 people in attendance. And at one point in the last meeting, we had almost 20 on Zoom. And today we had about 16 on Zoom watching it. So we're hitting about 50 people, over 50 people per meeting, just for your information.
Just have one more comment. Is it possible to project out our future meetings with a time and a date and a location so that people can plan around it? Maybe people live in different parts of the state where they'll wait for us to go there instead of coming.
Yeah, no, I think that's what I meant by my question was, can we publicize the whole schedule of when they're going to be?
That would be awesome.
And you weren't here last time, so we did talk about being in Portsmouth and Laconia following this meeting.
Okay.
And the dates are known, but we don't have times or locations yet. So we'll get that to you as quickly as we can.
Thank you.
I agree with my co-chair that we should have that whole schedule laid out so that people can see all the different meetings and all the different topics that we'll have people presenting at as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was saying, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
And to David, perhaps. David?
Yes, sir.
I did notice on the website that the next meeting is in Portsmouth. Is it June 3rd or 7th? And the following one is at Public Library at 1 o'clock in Laconia.
That's on July 12th, right?
I think didn't we change one of them around back to Concord? So there's been some adjustment of one of those, but anyway, the current.
Do you have anything there that, I mean, it might be good to have it, this meeting, the previous meeting, like, let people know when we're going to the next meeting?
We anticipate members to be in Portsmouth at the next meeting on the 7th. We're still waiting for final approval of the mayor to use the city council chambers like this. And then with respect to the 12th, we are moving the 12th to Concord for the ballots. No?
Yes.
Yes, so July 12th, we'll be at the Archives building. And then we just need to work on the next location, which probably we're going to move to Laconia.
What are the times for those meetings?
All are 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay, because there was some talk about doing Portsmouth in the evening, I thought.
And there was talk of doing an evening one. It wasn't.
The problem, of course, is we have an exit requirement, in which we would have to leave the building by 4:30 in Portsmouth.
And David, I know a little bit about the procedure in Portsmouth. The mayor doesn't decide the use of the council chambers. The city manager would be able to assist you if you're having trouble putting that together. Just call the city manager.
That would be my misunderstanding. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yes.
I just wanted to put a plug in for trying to get the description topics out as soon as possible too. Because I think people need to plan ahead. I also think that having some evening sessions would be a good idea.
Yeah, we did talk about
I know,
that.
I know, I'm just bringing it.
But I just add, we've got requests for the North Country and rural areas, and I'm glad we had the one testimony today, because I do think the problems, you know, you have very part-time clerks, it's a very different scenario than in a big town like this. So we need to get those voices and schedule those.
And we don't all have to come. Representative Teschner said we'd be, right, happy to go.
If you could give us the most current, take me the most current iteration of the schedule tomorrow in an email, so we can just massage it a little bit and look at it, and then we can get it out to everybody. But if we can get it out in a press release or whatever the equivalent is these days to people, so that the maximum number of people know when it is, and that'd be helpful.
My last observation would be either for David, this David on the right or the David on the left, and for the chairs, if the announcements can clearly specify what the Secretary of State's mission statement was to the committee, which is one sentence, specifically pointing out, you know, we're not legislators, we're not going to make law changes, but that we are supposed to be dealing with the root problems in creating voter confidence, and that specificity might help focus. You know, Murphy's Law is if you don't focus, you go all over the place, and it takes forever to get there. But if we focus on that task, which is an important one and an enormous one, as I think we're finding out, we might be able to achieve something in the next few months. But I think it needs to be repeated each and every time that we meet.
Thank you, Jim.
Did you want to enter a couple of questions on the record, did you say? That you received an email?
No, just the comments that I made.
Yeah, okay.
But I agree wholeheartedly that it would be great to
I'm not
refocus.
trying to elongate this. Is there any other business to come before this meeting? If not, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.